guessing no, but you know, you can always put in for it and see what happens. That's assuming we get it on that.
Welcome to day 4 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships here at beautiful MSAC. I'm joined by Kalia Marsh.
Good morning, guys. Great to be here for day 4. Really nice to see the sun is actually shining. I think we were a little bit concerned about what the weather was going to throw at us today after yesterday's tumultuous sunshine, heat, wind. We had it all here, typical Melbourne, but we are ready to get underway. We're kicking off this morning's event with the girls' 12-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. Should be a nice little way to wake up this morning. We have 6 heats in this event, and behind the blocks now we have heat 1.
Yeah, the action does keep continuing. We had fantastic swims last night, right from the start of the night with Henry Allen's Victorian record in that 16 years 200-metre backstroke, and concluded the evening last night with some absolute cracker relays.
Yeah, there was some almost records in a few other events as well. So the athletes are still performing to such a high and impressive level. Last night was our day 3. Today is day 4. I'm really impressed by the management of these youngsters. They obviously are so prepared coming into this event.
We saw so many of these 12-year-olds, especially, just knocking out personal best after personal best after personal best. So they are starting off the morning, and I'm sure they will set the standard for the older swimmers to follow.
So the girls underway here now. Just the 4 competitors out of Heat 1. All those entry times sitting around that 1:22.5 mark. Let's see how they go this morning. First cab off the rank and out quickly. It is our swimmer in lane 5, Olivia Nojic from Caulfield Aquatics. She had a nice start underwater. Going out with her is Rena Liu from Nunawading out in lane 6.
Yeah, definitely hitting the pace in that first 25. Both Olivia and Rena. And in that first 25, they've just established about a half body length lead over Alexandra and Beatrice. And it will be Rena who turns through just behind Olivia. Both of them under that 40-second mark in that first 50, so giving them a good chance to swim on that personal best time.
So those standings still remain there. Rena is our leader. Trying to catch up is Olivia next to her. And then starting to make her way through the field a little bit is Alexandra Henniker in lane 4, one of our visiting athletes. We have quite a lot of different states and countries represented at these 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Championships as they come down to touch here. And that first place time there, Rena Liu, 1:22.01 to take out heat 1 of the girls' 12-year-olds 100-metre backstroke.
One race down and we're already hitting the PBs.
I love it. Let's keep the ball rolling as we go through this morning.
Behind the blocks is heat 2.
As the girls get underway here in Heat 2, just noticing a couple of those lanes missing some action there. It is day 4 of these championships, so a lot more of these girls are going to be a little bit fussier with the events they're racing. If they have something that's a bit more of a priority, might step away from an earlier race, have a bit of a sleep in, set themselves up for the rest of the comp.
Yeah, for some of these swimmers, they're over double digits of events that they've competed across heats, finals, relays, over these first 3 days. As is Taylor, who's going to lead after a nice start, converting that through this first 50 to 37.53, head of Rayner over in lane 0. With Ivy down in lane 9 in third, so got the full spread of the field in this second heat, in the centre of the pool and the outside lanes.
I think that's the great thing about these seeded heats. All those times are so close together. If you can just drop a little bit of space between your personal best and the time you raced this morning, it's a really good opportunity to move up in those placings. And as we're watching now, Raina Snyders, she's had a great competition so far. This early heat, she's moved her way through the field on that second 50, and she's not really slowing down as she comes into touch. She's going to take out heat 2. It's a pretty swift time there, 1:16.45 from Raina. Second onto the wall was Taylor Costello in a 1:18.01.
Yep, just 6-second PB. Definitely got the attention of those swimmers in the heats behind her. And it already looks like these 12-year-old girls are going to need to be on their game if they're looking for a spot in tonight's final. As we move now to heat 3.
Definitely been a theme throughout these championships. Our 12-year-olds, they're our youngest age group competing across these 5 days, and they're all here to race. There's a little bit of excitement, and it's a super challenging age group. Everyone is getting out there. They want to swim fast. They want a chance to race in this afternoon's finals.
Yeah, a number of them will have tasted that in those relay swims earlier in the meet, but going, no, I want an individual swim tonight. With Addison in lane 3, trying to keep pace with Arabella in lane 4 in this first 50. It will be Arabella who leads through in lane 4 in a 36.80, with Grace moving up to second ahead of Addison in third.
Some nice front-end speed there from Arabella. That's the fastest 50-metre split we've seen so far, and that's what we expect to see as these heats kind of continue on. As our athletes get faster, they're going to be pushing out that first 50 a little bit more and more in each heat that we go through. Making a little bit of a move now is lane 7, Grace Cofield. She was sitting in second at that turn, and she's really gone with Arabella down this second 50.
Yeah, really nice, strong second 50 from both our athletes out in front as they start to clear away from the rest of the field. But it will be Arabella who takes this heat out in a 1:17.10. Grace in second and Addison in third. We're now going to move along to heat 4, the first of our seeded heats here for the girls, 12 years, 100-metre backstroke.
So, Nick, do you want to give us a little bit of a rundown of what you mean by these circle-seeded heats?
So the last 3 heats, the top 30 athletes in a 100-metre event are spread evenly across those last 3 heats. So the third fastest swimmer is Maya Zhang, based on entry times, and so she is in this first seeded heat, lane 4, and we spread out across the pool so that number 30 on the seed is Ava Rogers down in lane 9, who's a non-starter today.
As the girls go through here at that 50-metre turn, there's not a lot separating those top 3 athletes. This is probably what we'll see within these circle-seeded heats. Those top 10 girls sit in the middle lanes, those golden lanes, and that's where a lot of the action's going to be coming from. And we'll see those girls in the outside lanes, almost that inverted V shape we're expecting. They're going to try and chase them down, but Maya Zhang is the one to be chased here. She was out pretty quickly, turned in a 35.03, and she's really solidified that lead down this second 50.
Yeah, really strong, looking nice and relaxed here, but she's being challenged on both sides. But Maya will take it out in a 1:12.52. And that's really set a strong standard there from that first seeded heat. So the other girls will be looking at those times and seeing if they can match them to try and gain a spot in tonight's final. As we move along to heat 5.
Underway now with heat 5, and these girls in the later heats, they certainly have just that slight advantage of being able to see the times posted previously. They know what needs to be done to try and secure themselves a spot in this final tonight.
And basically they need to go fast, because that first of the seeded heats set a pretty high standard, and it is our visitor from Japan, Nagisa in lane 5, who's been using those strong underwaters all week, who popped up in the lead, but now Kira Delaney, who's going with her in that first 50. So they're going to turn together at that 50-metre mark in 35.1.
I'm really excited to see Kira get out so quickly. She's done some great 200-metre events across the last few days of these championships. So to see her showcasing that front-end speed, you know she's going to be able to hold on down this second 50.
And she's got that nice high stroke rate going, taking it up to Nagisa once again in this second 50. As they come underneath the false start rate, we've also got a fantastic battle for third in this heat, which might be all important to qualify for tonight's final, between Zoe and Kira in lanes 4 and 3. But it will be Nagisa who takes this heat out in a 1:11.61, ahead of Kira, with Zoe in third. So we've had 7 swimmers at 1:14.12 or faster as we head into this 6th and final heat. So you want to be top 3 faster than that 1:14 if you want to qualify to tonight's final.
And there's certainly some girls in this final heat that will really be vying for one of those spots. We've seen Jemana Fahmy in multiple races across the weekend. She's been doing some stellar performances. Zoe McCauley, great improver over the last 12 months. It's been awesome to see her kind of chip away at it and really showcase a really nice rise in performance at these championships.
Here's a nice even start across the field here in our sixth and final heat of the girls' 12 years 100-metre backstroke. But starting to make her move in lane 6 is Yuan through this opening 25.
She had a really long underwater compared to some of the other girls in the field. You're just starting to see those centre lanes make up a little bit of ground now. As we come into the turn, it will be Yuxan who takes us through 34.90. It's our visitor over in lane 2, Chelsea Zhu sitting in second, 34.93. And then very, very close in those golden lanes between Jimena and Zoe there. So let's see what happens in this second 50.
Yeah, Jimena's came off that wall nice and strongly and really accelerated away in this second 50. Moving from third through to first in that third 25 and starting to pull away as she comes underneath the flags and is going to take our sixth and final heat out in a nice time of 1:11.21 with Amelia in second and Zoe in third. Looks like Chelsea got the touch for fourth. He's going to sneak into that final in 10th place.
Just shows how important those little skills are, those milliseconds on the wall, making up a massive amount of difference overall.
We are now moving on to event 115, the boys' 12 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 5 heats. In the water is heat 1.
All the boys there up and racing very quickly. It was Luca Yeo out in lane 7, the swimmer from Caulfield, who probably had the best start in the field, and trying to go out with him was Daniel Su in lane 5. So they've taken off quickly. Other boys starting to make a little bit of a shift now.
Yeah, Luca's not giving up that lead easily. He might be out in lane 7 with no one on his outside, but he's really doing a good job in this first 50, and he will lead through in a 38.87 with about a second lead over Daniel and Isaac sitting in third. So now the boys in the middle of the pool are starting to make their move. Will they be able to catch Luca in this third 25? They are starting to make some ground. Daniel's moved up alongside Luca at that 75-metre mark, with Caden and Isaac also starting to come strongly in this last 25. Daniel has moved into the lead with 15 to go. Luca's trying to respond, with Caden in lane 3 coming nice and strong.
As the boys come into touch now, has he done enough? He has. It is Daniel with the win there, 121.98. Caden in second, 122.26. And Luca holds on for that third place spot out of heat 1, 122.29.
In the water is now heat 2. Once again, boys are out nice and aggressively here through this first 15 metres with a line across the pool. If anything, Ken over in lane 0 has snuck out to the early lead, capitalising on that speed he had through the 15-metre mark and maintaining it for the first 25.
Well, the great thing about these backstroke races is it's almost an advantage being in those outside lanes. No one's really looking for you. It is a little bit harder to see your competitors in the field. So if you can get out quickly, you might not be seen by the rest of the boys in there.
So Ken leads through that 50 in a 36.83, and he's looking to extend his lead in this third 25. He's now over a body length clear of Kingsley Chang in lane 2, who's really upping that rating in this second 50 in an effort to close him down. And
Been super impressed in these backstroke events by the youngsters on the ability to hold that rate down the second 50. It's a great skill to learn young, and it means that they're doing the right kind of work in the pool. As they come down to touch, it will be Ken, 1:17.29, leads from start to finish. Second goes to Kingsley in 1:17.94, and a little bit more action on that side of the pool. Lane 1 touched in third, Oliver, 1:19.45.
Maybe that extra sunlight over there is giving them a bit of an advantage.
Solar powered.
As we now move along to heat 3.
And speaking of really nice skills there, lane 5, Ethan Carr, superb underwater, really pumped those dolphin kicks. You could see the intensity of them, and that's what we like in a 100-metre backstroke.
And he's really attacking this first 50. Fraser Blair's now trying to go with him in this second 25. And they're starting to clear ahead of the rest of the field as we approach this one and only turn here in the 100-metre backstroke. It will be Ethan who leads through in a 34.4 ahead of Fraser, with Oscar Zoo sitting in third.
And down this second 50, that action still coming from the centre of the pool as the boys pull up alongside one another. It is Fraser Blair versus Ethan Carr, and Fraser is absolutely annihilating this second 50. That gear shift was phenomenal. He's really come through nicely here. Ethan is trying to hang in there, but it will be Fraser Blair who takes out heat 3. It's a swift time as well, 1:10.81. It's a nice little 1 second personal best for him. Second onto the wall, Ethan Carr, 1:11.90. And that third place spot there, Oscar Zoo, 1:14.55.
The racing has definitely started nice and hot here this morning in our first couple of events of 12-year-olds as we move now along to heat 4 of event 115, the boys 12 years 100-metre backstroke. Some strong underwaters in lane 4 from Archie, and he leads by over a body length. He really worked those underwaters nice and strongly, popped up with speed, and is carrying that through this first 25.
Just look at that gap created all off that start. It's a really phenomenal occurrence here, and just showcases the importance of those skills, particularly in our youngsters.
Yeah, so Archie out nice and fast in that 32.2, with Rain sitting in second and Peter in third. So the action is in the middle of the pool, but it is all Archie here. He's set the early speed. He's keeping that stroke rate nice and high as he moves into his final 25. It's a fantastic swim, and it's definitely going to give him a centre lane for tonight's final.
A few little challenges within the rest of this heat, though. There's a great swim occurring out in lane 9 by Elijah Lamont of Yarra Plenty Waves. He's looking to try and secure himself a place in this final too, as he's probably going to hit the wall in about third here. So second will go to Peter Kim, 1:13.92, and Elijah picks up bronze there, or third place in heat 4, 1:15.58. So keep an eye on those times. Top 10 qualifying for this evening's finals, kicking off at 5:30. All the action will be on a showcase with the top 10 in every event from this morning's heats, getting to come back and battle it out again for those beautiful state age championship medals.
So we have had 6 of our 12-year-old boys under the 115 so far, with 1 heat to go. So we saw Thomas Poppins take out another gold medal last night. He's looking to establish himself once again here in lane 5 and does lead through that first 25. But now Harry's coming up alongside him, and those two are starting to clear out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it looked like Harry just had a little bit of a problem at the start there. He was a bit slower off that beginning, that backstroke, back dive you might call it, but he's come through nicely. Hopefully he hasn't overdone it trying to catch up. He turns there in a 33.14. Thomas Poppins going around in second, 34.66, and Jaden Zhang in lane 2 sitting in third early on.
Yeah, really strong middle 50 here from Thomas, and he's used that to pull clear of, from Harry. He's moved that to clear of Thomas, and he's going to possibly even match that time that Archie set in the previous heat of a 107.28. He's looking for lane 4 for tonight in a 108.56. So he's going to sit second after the heats, with Thomas in second and Lincoln getting the touch for third. Just going to miss some off there. Unfortunately, I think we've got an equal 9th position.
So would have been exciting. Make a great final tonight.
Yeah.
We do get around a bit of a swim off here.
As we now move on to event 116, the girls 13 years 200 metre backstroke. We have 5 heats in the water as heat 1.
Almost a bit of a swim off in the pool at the moment. Just the 3 athletes competing out of heat 1, all sitting around that 2:50 mark. So they'll be looking to try and break that time this morning. Set a personal best here at the beautiful Melbourne Sports and Aquatics Centre. It is a gorgeous day, and we are already seeing some fast swimming, which excites me greatly.
Yeah, and nice strong start here in heat 1 of our 13-year-olds 200 backstroke. It is a perfect opportunity to check in with our Victorian age record in this event. It stands at 2 minutes 20.43. It is set by Nicole Livingston. And Nicole, I will say the year, back in 1985. So that record, if you can do the maths, is getting quite old.
And it's actually a fantastic time as well. If we kind of take a look, Jade Lyles is our fastest qualifier coming into this event, one of our visitors from Phoenix Aquatics, and she is a 2:25 entry time. So she's still 5 seconds over that pace set in 1985 by Nicole.
Yep, so those of you who are good at maths at home can work out Nicole's age, but the rest of us are going to pretend she's just still under the age of 30.
Aren't we all? As the girls come through there, still super close at that 100-metre turn. Frida Cohen hits the wall in first, 120.06, but there's not a lot between them whatsoever. Amelia Hepburn, 120.40. Miller said in a 120.80. This third 50, we talk about it so often. It really is the premiership quarter of a 200-metre race, and we can see a lot of moves made. We can see a lot of gap and distance created, and that's what Frida's trying to do here. She's not having it quite all her own way, though. The girls haven't really let her get away with it on that third lap. All of those splits still sitting in that 44-second mark, so we've got a nice little race on our hands as we come down to the final 30 metres left to swim.
And off that final wall, it's started to tighten up. Frida's still maintaining her lead, but Miller is coming nice and strong. Has watched her older brother and sister compete, and going, I like getting my hand on the wall first as well. And she's coming right up alongside Frida and has now moved into the lead with 15 to go.
Got that beautiful smooth backstroke. You can just see her head doesn't bop around too much. Really strong, nice and efficient, and that's worked out so well for her in this 200. She's going to take out heat 1 in a time of 2:46.82. So once again, a massive, massive personal best for Miller. Second will go to Frida, 2:47.52, and third, Amelia, 2:47.74.
And yes, once again, heat 1 is 100% PB rate. As we now move along to heat 2. Absolutely fantastic start in lane 5 by Natasha Lenke. Blew them away with those underwater dolphins. Our visitor from Kent Town in South Australia.
It's really nice, I think, for these young girls, just 13 years old, and we have so many of these visiting athletes coming to our championships. It's a great opportunity to meet people from not only just around Australia, but we actually have a heap of international clubs represented at these championships. We've got Japan, New Zealand, swimmers from Korea, Denmark, Scotland and Thailand. So from all over, it's an opportunity to make new friendships, meet new people, and just get an idea of what goes on in the rest of the world in a sport that these guys obviously love so much.
And it is Natasha, our visitor, who continues to lead. The rest of the field, though, are within half a body length of each other, so anyone's game for second here as we approach this 100-metre turn. It will be Natasha who is going to lead through in a swift 1:16.93. Moving into second in that second 50 was Lumi, and now in third Maggie Fisher in the centre of the pool.
Let's see if any of these girls can kind of make up a little bit of that distance that Natasha set early on, that last 50 metre. The splits weren't too different, so most of this gap she did create on the first 50. And now's the opportunity to lift that rating and see who can come through, as it looks to be our other visitor on the far side of the pool, Abby Tattersall, who's really cemented herself into that second place spot here as the girls come under the flags for their final turn.
So Natasha pops up in the lead once more, with that lead sitting around 6 metres, and a strong turn by Abby. Our second visitor over in lane 2 has consolidated her hold on second, but now starting to accelerate in lane 4 is Maggie Fisher. Some Victorian pride on show as she starts to move back past Abby on her outside with 25 metres left to swim.
Yeah, pretty textbook performance here by Natasha Lenke. She led from start to finish. She's coming under the flags now. None of these girls have even got nearer. At the time there, 2:38.41. That's going to be very competitive with our next few heats. So a couple of those girls are going to be keeping an eye on the scoreboard, just making sure they do enough to try and secure themselves a spot in the final, because it's not guaranteed when we see swims like that from heat 2.
Our 10th seeded athlete, based on entry times, is at that 2:37.08. So it's right about where you're going to need to be. Natasha's given herself the best chance to put herself in the mix for tonight's final as we move along to heat 3.
Girls get underway here, and it is our swimmer in lane 4, Henrietta Wong from MLC Aquatic, off to the best start in the pool, really utilising almost that full 15 metres underwater that you can take off the start and every turn. Now, Hen's had such a fantastic comp. I've seen her on the podium multiple times, and she's actually looking really relaxed here. In a few of the races I've seen her swim, she tends to have a much higher stroke rate than a lot of the girls here, and it's an interesting tactic from her, going out a little bit cruisier this morning.
Yeah, looking nice and comfortable as she leads through that first 50 ahead of India and Taylor in third. Just looking smooth and relaxed, which is the sign of a good turn of backstroke. When the speed's on but you're still looking relaxed, that means you're putting together a really good swim, which she's doing here.
Looks to me like she might almost be building this 200. It's a nice little race strategy, that easy speed early on, and then just increase bit by bit on every lap as she comes down to turn at the 100. That time they're 1:12.41 feet on. India is sitting in second, 1:14.03. Taylor Miller in third. Taylor Miller, that swimmer, out in lane 3 from Melton Swimming Club. We know those Melton kids, they tend to have a really nice base. We often see them in 400 IMs, 200 butterflies, so hopefully Taylor has that really good back end speed. And we're also just starting to see a little bit of a shift from lane 5. Ruby Moore, one of the fastest athletes coming into this race, and we're just seeing her move through the field now.
Yeah, so those battles for that minor placings and a spot in tonight's final is tightening up. But it is all Henrietta through the 150-metre turn, with the India in second and Taylor just holding on for third. So once again, Henrietta looks to accelerate that stroke rate into this last 50. Probably relax just a little bit in that third 50. She was second 50 was a 36 point. Third 50 was a 38. We'll see if she can make her way back towards that 36 again in this final 50 as she comes underneath that false start rope with 15 metres to go. Looking nice and smooth as that battle for second just getting tighter and tighter between Taylor, Ruby and India. But it is Henrietta who takes it out in a 2:28.86. India getting the touch for second ahead of Ruby and Taylor.
So currently a little bit close there between third and fourth. That placing could be the difference between a top 10, a final swim tonight, and just missing out, which is pretty rough in an event like a 200 backstroke. So let's see what the girls can do in these upcoming heats and make sure they get their hands on the wall quickly.
No one likes to be in the 11th place after the heats. 4 swimmers in that opening heat at 2:35.07. Definitely a nice strong standard for heat 4 to try and match. So we expect Lucy Ma to get off to a strong start here in the centre of the pool. She's been really working those skills nicely all week. But it is Megan Lee who actually pops up in the lead alongside Lucy as they go through that first 15 metres. And now starting to sneak into that lead in lane 6 is Matilda Young. She's just slowly accelerated in that second 25 of this opening 50, and she will turn first with Lucy Ma in a 34.87.
Lucy Ma can be so good at timing these 200-metre races. We saw her do it in the 200 freestyle. She held off that little bit and really flew home in that second 100, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her do it again. She's already starting to make a little bit of a move on the rest of the field here, just down this second 50. As we come under that 15-metre rope, it is Lucy Ma sitting in first. Matilda Young still behind her in that second place spot. And Zara Barr looks like she's going to turn around here in third.
So Lucy does turn first at the 100, 1:12.29. What Lucy did so well in that second 50 is not the accelerating. She was just able to maintain her speed closer to that first 50 speed that she set compared to the rest of the field. So she was out in that 34, then into a 37. We'll see what she can maintain here on this third 50.
It's a really great showcase of your training that you've done prior to this competition. If those splits, particularly the back end 350s, are all super similar. We expect the first one to be a bit faster. You've got that start, you've got that ledge, you're really fresh, and then you really want to settle into this race.
Yeah, so that ideal 200-metre pacing is going to be somewhere, that first 50, around 2 seconds above your personal best for a 50 time. And then that second, third and fourth 50, about 2 to 3 seconds in backstroke slower than that first 50. And Lucy's done a really good job. That third 50 was a 39.0, so she let it drift just slightly. It is that hardest 50 to get that pacing right, but she does look really comfortable and smooth here. And she is going to come in and take out heat 4 here of the girls, 13 years, 200 metre backstroke, and a time of 2:29.26. With Zara coming in second and Lucy Reed in third.
So Lucy there just slightly slower than we saw Henrietta go in the heat previously. They're going to be nice and tight within this final tonight. They've pretty much secured their placings. And as we turn to heat 5 now, we've got some fierce competitors in the pool. I'm going to be keeping an eye on lane 5. Tiffany Miette, we know she's so good at those underwaters, those skills. And then obviously we have Jade Lyles, one of our visitors, sitting at that 2:25 mark. The fastest qualifier into this event quite substantially, so we'd expect to see her probably out pretty quickly in this one.
Yeah, and Jade has been setting a really strong standard throughout her events this meet, so we expect to see that continue here in this 200 metre backstroke.
As expected, best start in the pool, Tiffany Miette. She is so consistent with those underwaters. Obviously something her and her coaches focus on heavily at training, and it really proves to be such an advantage for her every time she races. It's such a great thing to watch.
Jade didn't let her get away, though, in that first 15 to 25 metres, and is now using that slightly faster swim speed and will lead through this opening 50 in a 33.40 with Tiffany in second and Amelia moving into third place. So now it's all about maintaining that tempo. You almost feel like you need to keep that pressure on from that first 50, being nice and tall, nice and relaxed. The best backstrokers in the world always look really, really tall. They might not be super tall, but they look really tall.
You really want to continue to extend, get that catch, that anchor position of your hand so you can propel yourself forward on each stroke as Jade Lyles turns there in first in a 109.28. Tiffany follows around 112.33, and Amelia out of lane 6 turns in third, 114.24.
Yeah, really strong second 50 there from Jade, managing to hold that 35-second pace. If she can hold that again in the next two 50s, we're on for a very quick heat swim. And at that 13-year-old age group, that is the challenge, being able to get that pacing right as we're early in our development on these 200-metre events. Once again, Jade's looking nice and comfortable out in front. Tiffany's cleared out in second place.
I'm really enjoying the fact that Jade doesn't look like she's gone super heavy on the legs. Like, it actually looks like she might have a little bit left in the tank for tonight's final. So it'll be interesting to see what time she can go later on as she comes down under the flags here. She will take out our fifth and final heat. The time there, 2:22.77. So not too far over that record set by Nicole Livingston in 1985, that 2:20. It's a really nice heat swim from her. Finishing in second there, Tiffany Miette, 2:32.32, and Elsa Wayne comes through on that final 50 to take third, 2:34.76.
So we're now going to move along to event 117, the boys 13 years, 200-metre backstroke. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Just the 3 heats here in the boys. That means we're going to see them all in that circle seated format. expect to have some fast swimming straight off the bat here in Heat 1, and already out to a great start there in lane 4 is Aiden Ramos.
Yes, definitely attacking this first 50. So Aiden's entry time's a 2:25.1. So similar to what time that we saw from Jade in this previous heat. So we can sort of get a bit of a gauge of how he's going based on his splits compared to Jade in that previous heat. And he's out nice and fast in a 32.4 ahead of Oscar Magalotti and Daniel Collins. So Aiden looks like he's just starting to settle into his rhythm here in this second 50. That stroke rate is still nice and high, though, which is good to see. That's high but relaxed.
What a nice little spread going on here across the field. Having a good swim out in lane 1 is Xavier Gray. He's up in the mix as they come down to that 100-metre turn. Aiden in 108.62. He'll lead us out. Oscar still sitting in second, 111.24. And Daniel Collins in third, 114.31. Not a lot between those third, fourth and fifth athletes, though.
That battle for third is starting to tighten up. Really strong second 50 from Oscar Magalotti to move ahead of that battle for the minor places in this heat. And he's not letting Aiden Ramos get away here in this third 50 either.
They come into this final turn. It is the two boys from Nunawading teammates. 1-2 around, 147.22 for Aiden, 149.49 for Oscar. Sitting in third still is Daniel. Han Tang Wang had a really nice third 50 there. He shifted himself into fourth. So still that great little challenge going on that far side of the pool between lanes 1, 2 and 3. The elusive third spot, which could be a place in the final or just missing out.
And Oscar's not let his teammate get away, so that start that Aiden had, that's the gap that's remained throughout the rest of the 200, and he comes into touch in a 2:24.78. Oscar in second, and it will be Daniel who comes into touch in third. We now move along to heat 2.
Just noticing behind the blocks, a nice little display of sportsmanship from the boys before we get underway in this 200-metre backstroke heat 2 for the 13-year-olds. And it was Ishak Ismail in lane 5 who had a stellar underwater there. But already we're seeing those boys in the centre make up that gap and push through into the front.
Yeah, that centre of the pool, 3, 4 and 5, is just starting to clear ahead of Lachlan Harris sitting in lane 6. So it will be Kepler who turns first through in a 32.56. A nice early speed there in that first 50.
Pretty exciting for me to see Kepler going out so quickly. He does love to race home in that final lap, so you know he's got that back end speed. To see him setting the pace in this is going to be really, really important for those spots in the final. Where do you want to be? Do you want that centre lane? Do you want the pressure on you? Do you want all eyes and everyone trying to chase you down? Or are you happy to just sit back like some of these other boys, scrape in on the outside lanes and be a little bit of an underdog going in?
I really like the attacking nature in the heat swim, because as we get into the higher levels of competition, where we move from club level competitions to metros to state championships to national championships to maybe one day international meets, you do need to learn to swim fast in those heats, because that's, if you want a spot in the final, that's what you need to do. So it's really good to see Kepler attacking this heat swim and getting out nice and strong through that first 100 and can keeping the pressure on here in this third 50.
And that is precisely what he has done. If anything, he's actually increased that lead furthermore down that third 50. Turns in a 1:44.13. He's got quite a gap. It's about 5 metres margin on the boys sitting in second and third. Ishak and Saku Yamada in lane 3, another one of our visitors. So they're pretty close here. A little bit of a shift coming from those outside lanes once again. Keep an eye here on lane 8, Chris Zhu. He's having a ripper of a last 50, trying to close that gap, get his hand on the wall. He might move himself into third here, which would be great to see, but Kepler takes out heat 2, 220.23. Hitting the wall second there. Ishak Ismail, 226.23. And Chris Zhu, 228.10. He'll round off that third place spot.
So we've had 7 of our boys so far in these opening 2 heats at that 2:31, 3 or faster. So these boys in the centre lanes and the outside lanes will be thinking, okay, I know what I need to do if I want to make it back to tonight's final here in heat 3, which is our final heat of the boys. 13 years, 200-metre backstroke.
The third and final heat of the 13-year-olds 200-metre backstroke gets underway this morning. It was a swift start from lane 4, Xavier Tay, another competitor who has had a fantastic meet. He always really gets out quickly, underway, fast, and already solidifying a lead on the rest of this field just at 30 metres down the first lap.
Yeah, he has shown us great underwater skills all week and converting that to good swim speed as he moves through this first 50 in a 32.66, so matching the speed shown in the previous heats, with Angus sitting in second and Christopher Lee in third.
Well, the good thing about having the fastest qualifier in your heat is you've got a really nice opportunity to get dragged along a little bit. And, you know, Xavier goes out so quickly. If a few of these boys can just try and sit alongside him and stick with him for as long as possible, they've got a good opportunity of getting a personal best, making a final tonight.
Yeah, if you are against a swimmer who has a much faster entry time, you have to use that as a positive and not worry if you start to drop behind. Go, no, your internal monologue needs to be, no, I'm staying with him longer than I should be. It means I must be swimming fast. I must be doing a good job to help keep that momentum going in your swim.
Still Xavier, our leader. He's swimming out of that gold lane in the middle of the pool, lane 4. Not too far behind, though, Angus Goodison. He's having a great swim here in lane 3. And then still pretty close on this side. So between Christopher Lee and Broderick Coyne, there's about a stroke separating those two as they come down to that final turn.
Really strong underwaters there from Xavier off the last wall, popping up at the 8-metre mark with speed. Angus sitting in second. Christopher Lee having a nice battle with Broderick for third and fourth. Does look like Xavier's just relaxing a little bit in this last 50 as Angus Goodison puts on a big sprint to try and reduce that margin here, and is down to just over a body length, but Xavier will take out this third and final heat of our boys 13 years 200-metre backstroke as he touches in a time of 2:22.19. Angus in second. That tight battle for third is going to go to Christopher, with Broderick not far behind. A strong swim there in that last heat with 4 boys under that 2:30 mark. We're now moving on to event 118. The girls 14 years, 400 metre freestyle. We have 4 heats listed. In the water is heat 1.
Really great to see that we have 4 heats in our 400 metre freestyle for 14-year-old girls. It's quite a challenging event, the 400. It's really shifted from what used to be a middle to longer distance event. It's almost becoming a sprint in itself. There's a lot of race tactics, a lot of strategy that goes into it, but there's not really a lot of time to relax within this 400.
So we were just talking before about the 200 metres and how they're split. The 400 essentially is the same thing but doubled. So in this first 100, we need to get out nice and fast and relaxed. Sitting somewhere probably PB plus 4 seconds from that 100 metre PB, and then trying to drop off only 3 to 4 seconds per 100 after that, and maintaining that speed on that second, third and fourth 100.
Yeah, an event like this, that consistency is really what we're looking for, maintaining a long and efficient stroke. You don't want to be working too hard and not getting the distance from it. So you want to hold good water, keep a nice consistent speed and rate, and those are the athletes we're going to see look like they're increasing that speed. They're going to look like they're going faster as the race goes on, but really they're just maintaining.
So in this opening heat, our athletes had entry times of 5:11 and 5:12. So those of you who are good at maths, 5 minutes is a 1:15 per 100. We turned into 1:12, 1:13, 1:14. So we've got a little bit of under that 5-minute barrier to start off with. And if it's how close we can get these 50 repeats to 37.5, 38 if we're going to hit that 5-minute barrier. We don't need to hit that 5-minute barrier in this opening heat for PB. So somewhere around that 38, 39 second mark for these 50s, and they'll be on track for their personal best time.
And that's exactly what the girls have done. They've all settled in around that 39 second mark. We're looking in their minds now to mentally build and increase that pace. It becomes quite a mind game in an event like this. You start to feel that lactic acid building up in your legs, your lungs are burning, and you've really got to fight and feel comfortable being uncomfortable.
When you talk about that mentally building your speed, are you actually getting faster or are you just maintaining?
Maintaining. That is word of the day when you're talking about any race. 400, 800, 1500. You know that every lap your body is going to be slowing down. It's a fact that it's pretty inevitable. So what you need to do is feel like you're pushing harder, you're working, you're moving faster, and that's how you're going to maintain.
In lane 4, nice and controlled through this first 200. It is Scarlett Gilmore who has started to establish herself as the clear leader here in Heat 1 of our girls' 14 years, 400 metre freestyle. She's just slowly building that lead. Isabel Nielsen had the best 50 there, though, managed to get back under 40 seconds and is trying to challenge her in lane 6.
If we take a look across the pool, a few different kind of techniques occurring. A lot of the girls opting to breathe every 2 strokes. We're seeing that a lot more in our 200s and 400s these days, making sure you get plenty of oxygen in. But what I'm really looking at is that kick. So a couple of the girls here, they've got a little bit stronger legs. You can see that white water behind them. You can see Kiara Ruggiero over in lane 3. She's really started to bring in that kick on that particular lap, whereas Scarlett, she does a little flutter of kick and then relaxes, a little flutter of kick. So hopefully she'll start to build that as well as we come through the next 100.
It's all about a give and take here. This time Scarlett was the only athlete who managed to get back under that 40-second mark on that 50. So that's the challenge for these athletes in this opening heat, to try and keep their 50s under that 40-second mark. We're entering this last 100. They do look like they're trying to all accelerate and bring those legs in, as you were talking about, just a little bit more.
So we will come down to turn here into that final 50. Scarlett Gilmore is still our leader in a 4:36.3. But a lot of the other girls really lifted a little bit more down that leg, so they are moving a bit faster, but look out. Scarlett has just switched on here. She saved the best till last. 25 metres left to go. She's put on the afterburners, and we'll see if the girls can chase her down. She comes under the 15-metre rope.
Yeah, really strong swim here by Scarlett in this last 50. Used that speed early in the race to start getting ahead, maintained it through the middle, and is going to finish it off and take out Heat 1 here in a nice time of 5:09.79. And once again, we're in a position where Heat 1, 100% per PB rate.
So what's our rewards for all the PBs again, Nick? I think we have a big part to play in this.
Oh, definitely. As we move along to Heat 2. So underway here in Heat 2. Will we see our first 14-year-old girl manage to sneak under that 5-minute barrier here in Heat 2?
Well, look, there's certainly some girls who are going out chasing that time here in Heat 2. Waylon Trung over in lane 1. She was off to a great underwater, and she's really fired away down this first 50. So a bit of a different technique. A lot of the other girls will go a little bit softer on that first lap. But sometimes it's okay to get out swiftly and then settle after that beginning. Sort of flush out a little bit of those nerves, as long as you don't overdo it.
Yeah, nice, strong first 50 at 31.1 from Waylon. And she's now starting to relax into that tempo that she's going to now hopefully maintain for the remaining 315 metres of this race.
Now, I'm also a little bit of a fan of a mind game or two within a race like the 400. Could that be a little bit of a strategy behind going out so quickly as Waylon turns there in a 1:06.84?
She might just be feeling really good, because that first 50, the drop off to the second 50 is perfect. She's given herself a really good chance here to swim a nice 400 by just getting out nice and strongly, looking relaxed, with Phoebe Scarf sitting in second place now into this second 100. So Phoebe does look like she's moved ahead of the tight battle for second, third and fourth in this heat behind Waylon, who's well and truly out in front as we approach the 150-metre turn. Once again, a nice strong 50 there from Waylon, a 36.9, fastest in the field. So she just continues to extend that lead over the rest of the field. She's absolutely flying.
And she still looks really comfortable. She's maintaining that stroke rate, so that's the speed in which her arms are rotating over every stroke. And if we can hold that consistency whilst holding the water and not spinning the wheels, she's going to really continue flying throughout this 400 freestyle.
So turns through the halfway mark at 2:21.59. Phoebe Scarf in second. And nice and tight for third with the Olivia Yang in the centre of the pool, just ahead of a bunch of chasers.
So that 2:21 is looking really nice to come under that 5-minute barrier. She's given herself a really nice little buffer of that 9 seconds under the 2:30 pace. We don't necessarily expect, particularly for a 14-year-old girls, a perfectly even split between the first and the second 200. We should have a little bit of drop-off. That's to be expected. We're not all robots, so it would be lovely if we were, but she's given herself a really, really good shot here at breaking that 5 minutes.
And even all the way up to World Championship and Olympic level, it tends to be that first 100 is going to be the fastest anyway. So that first 200 is normally just a little bit faster all the way through to Ariane Titmus. Even though she comes home like a train, that first 200 is normally out a little bit faster than that second 200.
So Waylon now, she's about to come under the flags to turn for that final 100-metre part of this 400. The fourth quarter, Phoebe Scarf still sitting in second. So they got out to that really nice early lead and they've continued to maintain it. We kind of thought those middle lanes might be attacking throughout the second half of this race. Quite often we see those more suitable distance swimmers really finishing strong, but the girls have done too much work early on. I don't think they're going to be caught.
No, and we were saying who could go under 5 minutes, and both Waylon and Phoebe have given themselves a chance to break this 5-minute barrier for the first time with nice, strong, attacking first 300s. It's all about maintaining it through to the wall now as we approach this final turn. And another 38 low from Waylon, and she's on track to swim under that 5-minute barrier if she can pick it up just a little bit on this last 50.
Yeah, Phoebe Scarf had a really nice leg there as well. 37 was her split, so she's actually moving a bit faster than Waylon. She will be closing that gap, or hoping to a little bit, but I don't think it's quite going to be enough. What a stellar performance from the swimmer over in lane 1, Waylon Trong of Nunawading Swimming Club, as she comes down now under the flags to finish off this 400-metre freestyle for girls 14-year-olds in Heat 2. The time there, 4:52.62. Phoebe Scarf, super strong final leg as well. 4:54.64 to finish in second. And then third will go to Mika McCrowan over in lane 2, 5:02.95.
Yeah, really strong swim from both Waylon and Phoebe, knocking big time off and giving themselves an outside chance for tonight's final. So with our 400 races, we only circle seed those last 2 heats. So just the top 20 athletes are evenly spread between these last 2 heats here in Heat 3 and 4. So we have now Heat 3 on the block with a couple of lanes vacant towards the centre of the pool. Definitely gives Waylon and Phoebe a better chance of making it back based on their fantastic heat swim there in Heat 2.
As we know, this 400, it is such a challenging race. If you do have a good shot in another event, this is probably one that you're going to consider pulling out of, especially having to race it twice in the one day. A few of our other long distance events, the 400 IM, we just swim our fastest heat in the final session, so athletes don't have to repeat it from heats to finals. And then once you go into the 800 freestyle, those are just straight time finals. So this one is that little bit of a challenge, having to come back and do it all again.
And if you're not mentally in a good place to swim a 400, it's a very tough event to do well. That's often the hardest battle to mentally want to do the 400 freestyle, especially if it's not one of your main events. As expected, through the first 100, it is Kira Jeffs who's out nice and strong, with Mia Mithford not letting her get too far away, and our visitor in lane 2, Meg McDonald, sitting in third.
Kira's just such a consistent performer. I think every competition I see her race at, it's almost expected that she's going to do well, because she's just on fire every time we see her race, and she's such a powerful athlete. I really appreciate, I talk about it all the time, her kick. You know, this is a 400 freestyle. It can be quite easy to be very light on the legs, but you can see her coming off every wall. It's not a crazy big whitewater splash, but it's super continuous, and you just don't see those legs really pause.
And what they're doing a really good job of making her sit so high in the water. Half her back sort of out of that water, so she's sitting nice and high, not much resistance then when she's trying to move down the pool.
Really nice smooth stroke as well. You can just see every time she breathes, it's not really interrupting her stroke too much. Sometimes athletes can have quite a pause on the breath, just get that little bit of extra oxygen in, and it can really disrupt them. Hers is very in the stroke. She's not really having to change anything to get that breath in there, so that's a really nice sign of good technique. We are seeing Mia Mifsud just start to put a little bit of pressure on now in this third 100. She's been sitting second for most of the race. She's a really tough competitor, loves a 200-metre butterfly, so we know that she's going to be expecting to make up a little bit of ground as the race gets a bit tougher. And also we've got Maeve McDonald over in lane 2, sitting in third right now. And she's just had a really nice lap to push herself up alongside Mia Mifsud into second.
Yeah, Mia and Maeve are really doing it tough against each other, sort of looking at each other, keeping that race going, and because they're racing each other and they're not letting Kira just run away with this, they're definitely keeping her in check. Maeve has really brought those legs in this third 100. And I reckon they've made up a little bit of ground on Kira in this third 100. So Kira does turn first ahead of Mia and Maeve.
Maeve there really bringing in that kick down this final 100. As they just try and close the gap on Kira. She looks very relaxed though. I'm not too concerned. We know she's got some good sprint. She can do a great 100-meter freestyle. I think if they do get a little bit too close, she'll probably just motor on a little bit, make sure she goes into this final in a really nice position.
Once again, 4-5 Dolphins off the wall, popping up at the 8-metre mark. So really worked that last turn, came up with speed, re-accelerating into this last 50 to make sure she's going to comfortably take heat 3 out of our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle. That battle for second, though, is still nice and tight between Maeve and Mia. Both of them bringing those legs in nice and strong. But it is all Kira. As we come underneath the flag, she's going to come in and take the heat out in a 4:39.37. Maeve getting the touch for ahead of Mia in that good battle for second and third. We now move on to our fourth and final heat of our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle. So we had 6 swimmers at a 4:54.6 or faster. So nice strong standard set by our opening 3 heats for our swimmers in our fourth and final heat to try and match. We have a full heat here in heat 4, and they've all started off nice and evenly across that first 50, with Arika now starting to move through in lane 4 from Surrey Park. She was the fastest qualifier or entry time with a 4:26.6. And she's now pulling ahead of her teammate in second place, Zoe Gant. So Arika will lead through this first 100, and a nice swift 1:05.9. Zoe in second and Joanne in third. We've seen Joanne work those skills in all her races so far. And she once again did a nice underwater off that wall at the 100-metre turn to consolidate third place. As we move into the swimming portion of this second 100, it is the centre of the pool that's starting to move through to challenge for that second and third place, with Ava and Jamie moving up alongside Zoe. Arika has cleared out in the lead with that nice 34-second 50. She's been able to keep that stroke looking nice and smooth in this second 100 and continues to build and extend her lead. So Zoe Gant has been sitting in second, but our visitor from down in Tasmania at the Hobart Aquatic Club, Ava in lane 5, has now moved up alongside Zoe and taken over second place through the 200. This heat has shown a little bit more speed through this first 200. So far, our first 4 athletes of Arika, Zoe, Ava, and in lane 7, Summer, have given themselves the best chance to qualify for tonight's final. of our 14-year-old girls 400-metre freestyle. Once again, another 35-second split from Arika as she continues to extend her lead over both Zoe and Ava in this all-important third 100. So Arika's doing a really good job of maintaining nice stroke length here, and that kick is just nice and consistent. Similar to how we was talking about Kira in the previous heat, while it's not a 100-metre sprint kick, those legs are always going and enabling herself to get good propulsion out of them and also maintain that really good body position. It's once again a 35.0 through that 300-metre mark. And that battle for second is remaining nice and tight. Ava just extending slightly in that 100 over Zoe, with Summer not going away in fourth place. So we have had 6 swimmers at that 4:54.6 or faster. It does look like our first 4 swimmers in this heat should be under that mark, but it's whether we can get another swimmer after them under that 4:54 and challenge for a position in tonight's final. So Arika started to extend her lead in the second 50 here in Heat 4 of the girls 14 years 400 freestyle, and has remained in control for the remainder of the heat and is coming into touch and take it out in a 4:35.78. Nice solid heat swim from our Surrey Park swimmer, with our visitor Ava getting ahead of Zoe in that battle for second third, with Summer coming in a nice swift time of 4:45 as well, and that will put her into tonight's final. So nice strong swimming there from our girls 14 years 400-metre freestyle, as we now move along to event 119, the boys 14 years 400-metre freestyle. We have 3 heats of our boys 14 years 400-metre freestyle. In the water is heat 1. It's good to see in the water a number of our athletes who wouldn't classify 400 freestyle as their main event, but they're in here giving it a go, seeing how they can perform here on day 4 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Mattioli is Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor and aquatic facilities maintenance partner. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the state. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victorian swimming infrastructure, and we look forward to working with Mattioli. So Kaylin McGee is our leader through the 150-metre mark here in Heat 1. As all the boys are looking nice and relaxed, it's good to see their legs going along while not at a 6-speed kick level. Just a nice steady kick, keeping themselves nice and balanced, providing good propulsion, as Kaylin has slowly started to extend his lead here in this second 100 and turns through that 200 in a 2:15.94. Ahead of Leon, our 200-metre breaststroke state champion, and Callum Otto in lane 4. So their entry times were between 4:47 and 4:50 in this heat. So that speed that they've shown through this first 200 is setting themselves up for a good opportunity to swim a personal best time here in Heat 1. Kalen continues to lead through the 250-metre mark. Leon is starting to make a little bit of move on him in this battle for the heat win. We know that Leon finishes strong in all his races. He came home like a train in that 200 breaststroke to take the Victorian state title out. So through the 300, Kalen still leads, but Leon has made a move and reduced that margin down to a half body length, with Callum remaining in third place, just ahead of Hugo Carson. So Leon is definitely not going away here. Put a strong third 100 together. He's got a nice high stroke rate going as he looks to come up alongside Kalen into this final turn. We'll watch for who has the better turn to carry that momentum into that final 50. Leon just got a little bit further distance off that wall to pop up right alongside Kalen, and they're going to be racing down this final 50 here in Heat 1 of the boys' 14 years 400 freestyle. Kalen has decided that he wants this heat win. He led from the start. Leon challenged him and went past him, but Kalen comes into touch in a 4:37.08 to take out Heat 1 just ahead of Leon, with Callum maintaining his hold on third place. So both Kalen and Leon have given themselves a good chance to be in consideration for tonight's final. As we move on to our first of our seeded heats here in our 400 freestyle, in our boys 14 years age category. So in the middle of the pool from Traralgon, Archer Marshland does lead through this opening 50. A nice strong kick going in this opening 50, and he's pulled a body length lead on his competitors and turns in a swift 28.58, with Hamish in second and William in third. So we saw the speed in that first heat from both Leon and Kalen, hitting that 4:37 mark to set the standard that Heat 2 and 3 will have to try and match if they look towards making this final tonight. So Archer is going to lead through that 100 in a 1:01.4, so getting out nice and strongly. William has now moved into second, with Hamish settling in third. So our first three athletes have started to clear out here in the 400 freestyle. So you would expect Hamish, William and Archer to be able to maintain this good speed that they've set and be able to swim under the speed that was set by both Kalen and Leon in that first heat. The other boys outside them will be trying to challenge that 4:37 mark set by Kalen and Leon if they want to make it back to tonight's final. So Archer's continuing to look really strong out in front. He's calmed his kick down from that opening 50 of a 6 to an 8 beat kick to just settle into that nice 4, sometimes 6 beat kick rhythm, breathing every second stroke, keeping his stroke nice and long as we come into the wall for the 200-metre turn. So Archer has led from the start, but William is slowly starting to creep up on him in here and reduce that margin down to just underneath the body length here in this third 100.
William there just looking so smooth through his freestyle, so looks to be conserving a lot of that energy, which is really nice in these 400-metre events, particularly in the heats. You don't want to overdo it. He knows that he's sitting in that top 3 here. Got a really nice solid chance of making it through to the final if you can finish first or second. Third, usually great opportunity as well, so don't want to overdo it, don't want to do too much. As the boys come down now to turn for their final 100 metres here. Archer just getting a little bit of a wave on from the coaches on the far side of the pool from Terrelgan. So they want him to go a bit faster this morning.
Which is good to see. So he set the standard in that first 50 and he's now trying to bring those legs in just like he did in that first 50. But William is slowly, ever so slowly creeping up on him, still looking long and relaxed and smooth. We know that William had the faster entry time. They are putting in a good performance here, but Will just does look very comfortable. And it is going to be a race down this last 50 for the heat win.
I was very curious to see how this final lap plays out. Some nice skills on showcase there from William. Just making up quite a bit of ground on each one of those underwaters. Not having to do quite as much work in the swim element as he's just drawing himself up alongside Archer. Bringing in a little bit more of that kick, but still not really looking like he's pushing for the win here too much.
No, just he's increasing his stroke rate ever so slightly, but it is Archer who will lead from start to finish in a 4:27.41 with William in second and Hamish taking out third. So after that previous heat, we now have 5 swimmers at that 4:37 or faster.
Just interestingly enough, equal 4th in this heat. So have you seen a 400-metre freestyle swim off before, Nick?
It's not something I'd ever want to be involved in. And that would be way too painful. But there is a chance that it could happen here. I'm sure the swimmers in this third and final heat are going, no, it's not, because we're all going to swim faster than that. But we will see. So we've seen Liam Paulson across a number of different events, a number of different distances, number of different strokes. But he's really attacking this 400 freestyle. This is probably one of his main events, the Campbell Grammar aquatic swimmer, and he's getting out nice and strong through a 28.44.
So Liam already out in front, and onto that turn it was quite close across the rest of the field, but just that first underwater off the turn has already separated these boys a little bit. So in the 400 we're not probably going to see those 13, 14 metre underwaters off the wall, but it is all about doing the least amount of work to gain the most distance. So how far can you get off with just that explosive push off, a tight streamline, but not use too much of that oxygen and energy on each turn?
And it's not only that explosive push off, but it's how you hold your body line off the wall, because you need to make sure it's not only your arms within a streamline, but your whole body in a nice long glide, so you can use that advantage from that strong push.
I'm sure plenty of the athletes in this field have heard that from their coaches over and over again. It can get a little bit challenging as the race goes on to maintain those incredible streamlines. As we're just seeing our athletes turn at the 150-metre mark, it is still Liam Paulson out in front. Harry McCraw in lane 5. He's sitting in second. And then it is Leo Nolan, his teammate, also from Melbourne Swimming Club, over in lane 3 in third.
Yeah, so those 3 leaders have cleared out from the rest of the field. And based on seed times, you would expect them to be able to comfortably make it back to the final, but that battle for the last few spots in the final is going to be nice and tight. So we'll see what's happening in the action behind them as we move through the 200-metre mark in 4th place. It is Ben who's in lane 6, and he's getting out nice and strongly, a little bit faster than some of the swimmers in that early heat, and giving himself a nice strong chance to make tonight's final. Liam just continues to extend out in front. He's really being nice and efficient, getting good distance out of every stroke. Still maintaining his tempo, but staying nice and relaxed, popping up with speed out of those turns.
It's good to see him with just this quite substantial lead out in front. He's not really taking the pressure off himself. He's maintaining good stroke rate. He's keeping a nice speed. It can be quite easy if you do have a lead like that to let it go, have a little lapse in concentration and maybe relax a little bit too much, but definitely not the case here for Liam Paulson in lane 4 as he turns to that final 100 metres.
No, he definitely wants lane 4 for tonight's final. He's keeping the pressure on all the way through this 400, with Harry McCaw sitting in second and Leo Nolan in third. So Ben, in that 4th place, has given himself a good chance for that final tonight. He's going to need to come home in this last 100, somewhere around that 109 to consolidate his place for tonight's final. But it is all Liam as he moves through the 350-metre turn and another 32-second 50. He's just continuing to extend his margin stroke after stroke, lap after lap here in our 3rd and final heat of our boys' 14 years 400-metre freestyle.
The race is pretty open for those minor placings at the moment. Bit of a spread out field, so see if anyone can close the gap in this last lap. If you have a little bit of energy left in the tank, now is the time to use it as Liam Paulson touches the wall. 4:18.01, and a big celebration from him in the heats this morning, finishing in second there. Harry McCraw at 4:26.33. And then this race for third, Ben Hynam has caught up a lot. I don't know if it'll be enough. It is to touch out Leo Nolan there right on that final stroke. So fortunately, I think those times will be fast enough to put those guys in the top 10. It's not going to count him out of the final, but all those little moments do count. So Ben picks up third from heat 3.
Yes, 10th place after our 3 heats, sits at 4:38.70. So we had 5 swimmers sneak in that final heat. As we move on to event 120, the girls' 15 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats in the water as heat 1. And off to a nice strong start in the centre of the pool, it is Lucy Doyle. Chloe Burke, our 200-metre butterfly state champion, is going with her and has actually looked like she's trying to use that hidden speed she has and to take this out nice and strongly, with Jemima Hale also not mucking around in this first 50.
Yeah, we had a nice little chat with Chloe Burke post that 200 fly last night. This is the race she was actually really looking forward to. She did a massive personal best, dropping 8 seconds from her entry time in the 200. So we know she's on form today. We know she has a great back end, that 200 fly, such a grueling race, and we're starting to see a little bit of that showcased here as she comes down with just 15 metres left to swim. She has pushed ahead of Lucy and Jemima into that first place spot. Just 6 metres left of this 100 butterfly for the 15-year-old girls, heat 1.
And so Chloe does hold on to take it out ahead of Lucy and Jemima in third. So 3 nice strong swims there, all under that age national qualifying time of a 107.33 there in Heat 1 as we move along to Heat 2.
As we look to this second heat, we know we've got a lot of girls with really good front-end speed here. The 2 girls in the centre of the pool from Caulfield Aquatics, really quick sprint butterflyers. We've seen Mia Bates go out very strong in the likes of the 200 IM in that butterfly leg. All of her races, she gets away well and gets away fast.
Yeah, she definitely isn't afraid to attack her events. And she's going to touch together with Caitlin through that first 50 in 31 lows.
So it will be the teammates from Caulfield leading us around. They've got a little bit of a gap on the other girls in the pool, I should say, and they're going almost stroke for stroke. Caitlin just holding on to that slightly higher stroke rate, but the length Mia is showing down this second lap is proving to be beneficial for her.
Yes, so Caitlin had the better of the underwaters, but Mia has the better of the swim speed, and she is going to take Heat 2 out here for our 15-year-old girls in a time touching that 107 mark, with Caitlin in second and Celeste in third. So added 4 more swimmers under that 110 mark. So spots in the final are up for grabs in our third and final heat.
It's a really nice start there in the middle of the pool. Jessie Steinman, our fastest qualifier coming into this event today, 104.66 her seed time on entry. Keep an eye on lane 2, Maddie Brand. She's had a really great meet, seeing her do some all-time personal best, which can start to get a little bit challenging for these girls around that 15-year-old age group.
It will be our visitor, Leah Yang, who leads through the 50, ahead of Jessie and Gemma in third. So our New Zealand visitors going head-to-head with Jessie down this third 25, as Jessie now re-establishes her lead into this final 25. She's doing a really good job of just keeping that and maintaining that tempo that she set in the first 25. It hasn't changed. She's held it all the way throughout this race and is going to take out our third and final heat in a 106.28, ahead of Leah in second and Gemma in third. 5 swimmers under the 110 in that third and final seeded heat, so that it is going to be a nice hot final tonight in our girls 15 years 100-metre butterfly. As we move now on to event 121, the boys 15 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 5 heats of our boys 15 years 100-metre butterfly. In the water is Heat 1.
Off to a quick start was lane 1, Lucas Thornton. He is absolutely, dare I say it, flying out in this first 50 of the 100 butterfly, going out strong as well. Lane 6, Oscar Robinson. So both those boys, 29.1, 29.2. It's a swift first lap from Heat 1.
So lots of the boys here showing nice early speed. We'll see how they maintain into this final 25. Our athlete from PLC, Oscar Robinson, had that lead just at the 50-metre mark and is slowly extending it here in this second 50, and he's going to take out the opening heat of our 15-year-old boys 100 fly in a nice time of 102.73.
Now that is quite a drop in personal best from Heat 1 there.
just a lazy 4 seconds.
Maybe a growth spurt.
Which at 15 for the boys wouldn't be a shock.
Differences in approach to this 100 fly on the underwater there. We just saw lane 4, Jake Potter. He was up and racing really quickly, not wasting any time on that underwater compared to his competitor Chris Kamala in lane 5, who utilised most of that 15-metre mark underwater.
You have to play to your strengths. You need to make sure, even if you're not the best at the dolphin kicks, you work how, with what you've got, pop up and make sure if you're only doing 4 dolphins under the water, you do them well and pop up with speed.
And speaking of people who popped up well with speed, it was Ashley Lansbury over in lane 7 who led us around in a 28.90, but here comes Chris Kamala in lane 5. He's storming down this second lap, looking super powerful. He's opting for that breathing every second stroke. As he comes down under the flags, he looks like he'll hold on here and touch the wall there. 102.70. Following him on was Ash, 103.31, and Jake finishes in third, 103.69.
So Chris saw the standard of the first heat and said, I can do better than that, and went 3/100 of a second faster as we now move along to heat 3.
Doesn't matter how you do it or by how much, as long as you do.
So our national age qualifying time for this event is a 102.01. As we've already seen a number of swimmers in that 102 range, wouldn't be surprised if a number here in at first of our circle seated heats are able to hit their national age qualifying time this morning. And you're probably going to need to be well and truly under that mark to make it back for tonight's final.
It's definitely looking that way as the boys go out pretty quickly here. Harrison Main, 26.87. Lewis G in lane 5, turning in second there, 27.24. Lewis had the better of the starts and potentially the better of the underwaters there off the turn, making up a little bit of ground there on Harry. But that rating and power from Mr. Main Man, Harrison Main, getting the job done here with just 10 metres left to swim in heat 3.
And it is all Harrison Main as he comes underneath the flags and takes it out in a 58.21. With Lewis in second and Oscar Dinwell in third. Our 3 athletes under that minute mark here in heat 3.
So they've set the standard. The other boys will see that. They know that they've really got to be challenging that 59 or less now to be having a real good shot of being in the final tonight.
We do have the extra complication in our boys' 15 years 100-metre butterfly that we have a number of visitors who are in contention to make this final. So a reminder, it's the top 10 times that qualify for the finals tonight with a maximum of 2 visitors.
It's almost stroke for stroke as the boys come into that 50-metre turn. Barta Porowicz in lane 5, just narrowing out Cameron Alol in lane 4 on the touch there. 27.1 to 27.2. Gianluca in third.
It is those 2 centre lanes who have started to extend their lead in this second 50. They'll both be looking to swim under the minute here. And it is Cameron who just slowly built his lead over this second 50 and will take out heat 4 in a 58.80 with Bart in second and Gianluca in third. As we move now to heat 5, our last heat of our boys' 15 years 100-metre butterfly.
And it was Eli Billman in lane 5, that beautiful underwater. Keep an eye on that iconic cap there in lane 3. Declan Broadfoot, he's had a really nice meet as well. One of our returning visitors, we saw him here last year. It's good to have him back. It is the boys in 4 and 5 coming down to turn there. Eli holds on 26.85. Tomoki Ishikawa sitting in second, 26.96. So both of them out under that 27-second mark there.
And Tomoki did get the better of the turns to move into the lead through the 75-metre mark, but Eli started to challenge him once more as they're stroke for stroke with 15 to go. Eli's just getting a little bit more distance out of every single stroke down this second lap, and if he times it right, he will take out this fifth and final heat in a 57.41 ahead of Tomoki with Declan in third. So nice strong swim there from Eli to move into lane 4 for tonight's final. As we now move along to event 122, the girls 16 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Girls are ready to go here for the 50 freestyle splash and dash. It's all over in less than 30 seconds. Be some pretty hot competition coming up within this race. Keep an eye out for that final heat. Alicia Clark, she went 55 for the 100. She loves a sprint, so expect to see her really lift her game in this 50 as the girls in heat 1 get underway here. That start ever so important. It was a really nice underwater from out in lane 8. Lucia Calderon, she was up and racing very, very quickly. And a lot of action from these outside lanes really here. See if these girls in the middle can make up a bit of ground as we come through with just 10 metres left to swim. Looks like it is Neve Hills who's pushed herself forward here. It's going to be close. Is it the far side? It is. Ella Irvine gets that touch on the wall. 29.60. Neve in second, 29.72. And Lucinda Draper third, 29.76.
As we move along to heat 2. So nice even line across the pool here in heat 2 through that first 15 metres. Now starting to establish himself in the middle of the pool is Eloise. She's got a slight lead through the 35-metre mark. Also starting to challenge in lane 5 is Indy Riley. But it is Eloise who got the lead at the start and will swim it all the way through the wall with a 28.60. Indy in second and Chiara in third.
Looking out for those quick reactions and great underwaters there. Georgia Hyde in lane 6. She was up and stroking quickly, as was Genevieve Dennis over in lane 1. There's something going on that far side of the pool. There's been some superb swims out on that far lane 1, lane 0, as is lane 8 here. Macy Bronk, she's having a ripper. Looks like she'll get the touch on the wall there. 28.23. Genevieve following her in 28.48. And Georgia Hyde in third, 28.65.
PBs keep coming here, and big PBs over a 50 metres as we move along to heat 4. Staying underwater the longest in lane 7, but now moving through the middle of the field is Eve Anderson in lane 4. She's out to almost a half body length lead through the 35-metre mark and is continuing to extend. The battle for second is really tight behind her, but it is all Eve Anderson here in heat 4 and she comfortably takes out in 27.37 with Bella Murchie in second and Rani Matheson in third.
Girls in Heat 5 underway. Bit of a longer underwater there in the centre, Sophia Boland. She's a great sprinter, but next to her, pocket rocket Jessica Whiting. She was up and going swiftly, got that super high stroke rate. Those girls in lanes 3 and 4 coming to join the party. Looks to be just Jessica Whiting still in front as the girls under the flags now. It's almost stroke for stroke. Jess might hang in there, not quite. Sophia gets that touch, 27.37. Followed by Jess, 27.46, and Yuxi Liu in third, 27.61.
As we now move along to Heat 6, our sixth and final heat of the girls' 16 years, 50-metre freestyle. We'll look for Alicia Clark in the centre of the pool. She put together one of the best-looking 55-second 100 freestyles I've ever seen in my life, and she's looking incredibly smooth here in the first 25 of the 50 freestyle, out to almost a body length lead over Rihanna and Gabrielle on either side of her. But it's just an incredibly controlled, comfortable 50 here from Alicia Clark, and she takes the final heat out in a 26.59 with a bit of a glide into the wall. Gabriella in second and Rihanna in third.
Keeping that momentum going, we move on to event 123, the boys 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle, behind the blocks heat 1 of 6. Just the 3 athletes swimming out of Heat 1, all sitting right around that 27 mark. They'll be looking to see on that scoreboard a nice little 26. Look at that splash, absolutely flying through. It's a quick stroke rate from Hugh Fithy in lane 4. He's trying to make up a little bit of ground that he lost off the start to Lucas Campbell. Might not have enough in the tank to do it. Lucas holding on. It's going to be close onto the wall there. Will be Lucas Campbell, 26.36. Hugh in second, 26.53, and Taj in third, 26.99.
Once again, Heat 1, 100% PB rate, as we now move along to Heat 2. Strong underwaters in lane 5 from Harry Liu. He leads through the first 15. Also flying in lane 0 is Lucas Chan, who leads at the 25-metre mark. It is going to be nice and tight as we come underneath with 15 to go. Lucas is just holding on to his lead. He's being challenged in lane 1 by Raphael, and those two go to the wall, and it is Lucas who holds on in a 26.29. Raphael in second, and Harry not far behind in third.
The great thing about these early heats, the action can come from absolutely anywhere. If you've got a lane, you've got a chance as the boys get up and racing here for Heat 3. And once again, we're seeing some of these outside lanes flying off to incredible starts. Andre Talarico was out quickly in lane 8. Going with him nicely was Sina Kaneko, but it is those middle lanes starting to push through now. Alfie Graves versus Remy Bloom, down to touch, and Remy gets it 25.49, just ahead of Alfie, 25.52.
As we now move along to heat 4. Here in heat 4, this is where we might see our first swimmer under that 25-second mark and also hitting the national age qualifying time of 25.10. Neil, as he's done all meet, off to an absolute rip snorter of a start. He's through that 25 with great speed. He's been showing some absolute huge PBs this week, and he's taken this out comfortably in a 24.46 ahead of Will, with Harry Heath in lane 4 touching for third.
As heat 5 hits the water, it's our backstroke champ in lane 4, Henry Allen. We saw him medal in the 50 freestyle at national age earlier this year, and he's already off to a dominant lead, half a body length on the other boys in this field. He's already said see you later with just 10 metres left to swim. George Huang doing everything he can to try and stick to his hip, and Yuan Lokma in lane 3. They're going to be the top 1, 2 and 3 onto the wall there. Henry Allen 23.77. George 24.74 and Yuan in 24.78.
As we move along to our 6th and final heat of our boys' 16 years 50-metre freestyle. We saw Sam Welsh come storming home last night in the last leg of the 4x50 freestyle relay. We'll look to see how fast he can go this morning out of lane 4, and he's starting to move through that field, through that first 25, moving ahead of Owen and Adonis, and it is all Sam Welsh with 15 to go. He's out to almost a body length lead, keeping that tempo nice and high all the way through the wall, and it's swift 23.82. Owen in second and Adonis getting the touch for third. We're now going to move along to event 124, the girls 17-18 400-metre freestyle. What was great to see, while the 16-year-old boys were in the water, saw a lot of smiling faces behind the blocks from our 17-18-year-old girls in this 400 freestyle. So obviously looking forward to having a crack, seeing what time they can put up this morning.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a change in pace as we move on to this 17-18 years 400-metre freestyle. We do have 3 heats in this event. As it's a 400 though, we're only going to see that circle seed in the last 2. So all these girls here in heat 1, fairly similar in those entry times, all sitting between that 450 to 455 range. So hopefully we get a nice little race on our hands. Going out quickly in this first lap over on that far side of the pool once again, Eliza Tan. She's led us around in a 30.35. Just behind her there, Malika. She's turned in a 30.80. So pretty hot little pace to set off way within this 400.
Yeah, definitely went. Eliza's like, I'm getting out after this, setting the standard right from this first 50. But she's still looking smooth and relaxed and steady. So Eliza is obviously going to be trying to break the 5-minute barrier for the first time with an entry time of 5:00.02. She turns through the 100 in a 1:04.69. So 30 point, then 34, giving herself the perfect opportunity to set up this last 300 and come under that 5-minute barrier.
In a lot of ways, this second 100 can be really crucial within the 400. You don't want to lay off the back burners too much early on and become too relaxed. So this is really the pace that you want to be maintaining for the next few 100 metres. You've got to find that it's a settle, but it's a strong swimming settle.
definitely not go out fast and then fall asleep for 100 metres.
Well, we'd hope not.
But Eliza has done a good job here of just slowly building on that lead that she established in the opening 100. Also not going away in lane 7 is Alice Evans, and she's looking to try and move into second place in this second 100. So it is actions on either side of the pool. It will be Eliza Tan who turns through the 200 and 2:18.68, with Alice now moving into second.
2:18, nice pace. She looks pretty comfortable holding it. I don't think she's going to drop off too much in this next 100, so that's a really good sign for that personal best. It's certainly within a grasp of her to break that 5-minute barrier.
So Alice in lane 7 didn't get out to as strong a start as Eliza, but she's clearly been working on this middle 200 as she now moves into the lead. Our athlete from MLC. Nice 35-second split there. She's been able to maintain her speed into this middle part of the race and is looking to extend her lead over her fellow competitors here in this third 100.
Alice certainly kept a lot more of the pressure on that rating throughout the last few 50s. You can just see she looks a little bit more uncomfortable, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means she's pushing herself to the best of her abilities. So she's going to be able to trust her training. A lot of these girls who swim those 400s, we do some pretty tough sets to train for this event.
Yeah, by that 300-metre mark of a 400, it should be feeling uncomfortable. She's able to maintain another 35-second split through that third 100, and she's just been able to clear out the rest of the field who are sort of holding between 38 and 39 seconds.
Now we're just starting to see Kate Morrison close that gap here as well. So she had the fastest time of this heat coming in today. And we're just seeing her bridge a little bit of distance between herself and the girls out in the lead here. But it is still Alice Evans. She's gone even quicker in that lap just there. So once again, increasing that pace as we come down for this final 50.
It's going to be an absolutely massive PB here in the opening heat of the girls 17-18 400-metre freestyle. She wasn't in the lead right from the start, but then she slowly built her way into that position through the 150-metre mark and that 200-metre turn. And she's controlled the race in the second half to take it out in a nice time of 4:41.95.
Now, I would really say to still keep an eye on that, being that it's day 4. There are a couple of girls missing from these next 2 heats. You can also tend to see people a little bit off their pace, a little bit over time in some of these faster races over the longer distances. It is easy to drop away from your best when you start to get a little bit more tired.
So fantastic swim then from Alice. Definitely earned that heat win. And we'll have to see over the remaining 2 heats if that is going to be enough to make it back for tonight's final of the 17-18 years 400-metre freestyle. So I think the happiest face behind the blocks that I noticed before this was Amrita Subramanian, and she's taken that happiness into an early lead. So I'm loving that attitude.
Yeah, we know she's got a lot of really good front-end speed. Great 100-metre freestyle, a nice 200. Good to see her extending out into this 400 today. Then you can take a look into the centre of the pool. You've got Mackenzie Hunter there in lane 4. Now, she's really known for that longer distance racing. Great open water performer, incredible at the 1500 and the 800, and she's had such a full-on year this year, balancing year 12 and a lot of success within her swimming, so it's nice to have her racing here at these championships.
Taylor Watson is taking up to Mackenzie through his opening 100, and Layla Mahfouz is another one you can never can out in these types of races. But it will be Mackenzie Hunter who leads through in a 104.4.
can really see with Mackie there that endurance style of stroke. It's a lot heavier on the upper body, so really relying on that high stroke rate, strong, powerful arms, and really resting those legs. They're up at the surface. They're not dragging along too low, but they're definitely not being overused.
One thing I love about Mackenzie is every single time she comes out of the wall, she accelerates that kick through the surface. She might settle off again during the middle of the 50, but if you watch her come out of the next turn, you're going to see that kick just accelerate as she breaks through the surface, and it really sets her up for that next 50.
Now, I'm so glad that you've mentioned this, Nick, because I'm pretty sure every time I commentate Mac, I do say this. It's one of my favourite things about her, particularly in the best races I've seen her do. It's so clear and so dominant, and it really just gains her that extra bit of distance on the other competitors in the field off every wall. And it's only that 1% extra effort, so she's not overusing it. It's not going to fatigue her too much, but it's really going to be beneficial in the long run.
It's clearly something she works on in training, and converting that underwater speed, which is the fastest you're ever going to go with that strong push off the wall, converting the underwater speed to our surface speed with our swimming. So here she goes again, and as she breaks through, bang, 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 accelerates for those first couple of strokes and then settles back into her rhythm.
Can be a really bad habit to begin on that moment between your underwater and the swim to almost have a rest, and we see it a lot at training. It's that little bit where you can just relax and take a moment before you get started, but it's so worthwhile training these skills so that your worst habits are still above that of your competitors.
There's that little bit of surface tension, so you do always need to come up with momentum to pop up, come right up on top of the surface of the water, and she's doing a fantastic job here as she leads through the 300 with Taylor Watson in second and Layla Mahfouz in third.
So those three girls, they've got a nice little gap on the other ones in the field. Sitting in fourth there on the far side, Alana Cummings, and then fifth is on this side. So a bit of a spread between the others in the race. Meg Homan out in lane 8. Obviously, all these girls vying for a spot in tonight's final. We'll definitely see a much better race this evening. You get more athletes closer together in times, and they're really going to challenge themselves once they get next to each other.
What I love, though, Mackenzie's made sure she's putting in together a good heat swim here, giving it a nice strong go in the heats. And I love how she's bringing those legs in for this last 50. She is comfortably in the lead, but she is working nice and strongly into the wall as she comes underneath the flags and takes heat 2 out in a time of 4:25.86. That's a nice strong time there, with Taylor Watson finishing in second and Layla Mahfouz in third. So it's good to see that Taylor Watson under that national age qualifying time of 4:37.00 for both our 17 and 18-year-old athletes. As we move along to our third and final heat, our girls 17-18 400-metre freestyle.
Should see a little bit of a battle of our visitors in this race. Lanes 3 and 4. The girls Alinta Dingwall and Brooke Bennett. Some of our athletes who have come across to race here in Melbourne.
And they do look like they're going to be our early leaders, but Kiara Mooney is taking it up and does lead with Brooke through that first 50. As we just start to now settle into this rhythm that we're going to maintain for the next 350 metres. Brooke does have a nice fast turnover once again, so that high stroke rate, soft legs, more of that traditional distance swimming technique that we're used to.
I really also like the way that Brooke Bennett there attacked the feet onto the wall. So she's really not slowing down as she hits it. That speed going in is really reflected coming off the wall. So the faster you can maintain that momentum onto it, the quicker you're going to get away.
Yeah, regardless of that speed you're swimming, you want to feel like you're accelerating those last 2 strokes into the wall, because that will set you up to come off to the wall faster. Whereas if you slow down into the wall, then your turn is going to be slow. Think about when you throw a tennis ball at the wall, the harder you throw it, the faster it comes back. Very similar with our turns.
As we see Brooke in lane 4, she's just starting to push out that lead a little bit more. She's got it past the whole body length now, so doesn't seem to be slowing down too much either. She's really maintaining that rate and maintaining that pace. She comes into turn at the 200-metre mark. The time there, 2:08.69. Garrison sitting in second there, 2:10.90. And Isalinta in third, 2:14.60.
A nice strong swimming here in this final heat. Brooke's tempo hasn't changed. There's that nice high up tempo. Kiara Mooney is just maintaining that distance behind her as we move into this third 100. But that battle for fourth is now starting to tighten up between Alinta and down in lane 7, Eliza Houghton.
Now, Eliza Houghton, she's sitting in the outside lane, but she's done some really great swims from a few of these outside lanes over the past few days. Just really starting to notice her coming through the field, dropping some nice moments in time here. So it's become a really, really good meet for Eliza.
A really strong start to that third 100 from Eliza. She was able to put in a 34-second split to move now into an outright third position as Brooke turns through the 300 and has started to extend her lead once more. But the fastest swimmer in the pool is Eliza Houghton at the moment through this 300.
She's really come off that wall and increased her kicks again. So she's still got that little bit left in the tank. She's really going to utilise it down this final 100 metres, trying to make up a little bit more ground on Kiara Mooney in 5, swimmer from Cheltenham Swimming Club, who is currently chasing down Brooke Bennett. But Brooke, it has been a pretty incredible race from her. She hasn't really let go of those skills, maintaining that speed into the walls and maintaining that high stroke rate.
Yeah, Brooke has looked in control of this heat from the opening 50. Her tempo hasn't changed. She's now decided she's going to bring the legs in for the last 15 metres, accelerating into the wall. Saw Mackenzie Hunter's time in the previous heat, looking to secure lane 4 for tonight's final, and she does that in a 4:23.59. Kiara Mooney coming into touch in second. Nice tight battle for third. It is close between Eliza and Alinta, but Eliza will hold on. And Eliza there under that national age qualifying time as well. There's some strong swimming there in our girls 17-18 400 metre freestyle, and we'll look forward to that event tonight, which will be available both on Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel and on KO Freebies.
So now it's the boys' turn, the 400 freestyle for 17, 18-year-olds. Just the 2 heats in this event this morning. I think this could be a really interesting one.
So we do know that Turnberger is out of action this meet. Just is recovering from some injuries. So we'll be looking to see who's going to set the speed here. And it does look like it is going to be Oscar Campbell, Toby Sutton and Noah Pronk who's going to lead through this first 50. So the near side of the pool have set the speed all under that 29-second mark in this opening 50.
again, important to make you guys aware, just the 2 visitors through to the final. So it doesn't really matter where they place in amongst it. If they aren't in that top 2 of the visitors, they're not going to be there, which leaves 8 spots available for our Victorian athletes.
So everyone in the top 10 gives himself a chance to make the final, but the visitors have to make sure that they are inside the top 2 non-Victorians if they do want to progress to the final tonight. So Toby Sutton and Noah Pronk are going out nice and hard because they want to make sure they've got one of those spots for tonight's final. Also going with them is Oscar Campbell, with Connor Hayes not far behind in lane 3. Those 4 swimmers have cleared out from the rest of the field through the 150-metre mark.
We saw Oscar Campbell pick up a medal in the 400 individual medley the other night. Finished that really strong, so he's going to be a good one over this 400 freestyle distance. But Connor Hayes, he does a lot of those open water races as well, tends to stick to the more distance-related events. So you can see really light on the legs for Connor, higher stroke rate, and he's probably going to maintain that throughout the race too.
He's very much a tempo swimmer, all about that stroke rate as we move through the 200. As our leading 4 athletes all within 0.6 of a second here. So we're moving into this all-important third 100. And we'll see if these distances start to extend. And it does look like Noah has put in a bit of effort here in this third 100 to move into the lead. We'll see who can go with him. So from all within 0.6 of a second, it's now out to a 1.5 seconds through the 250-metre turn. So that speed shown by Noah in this toughest third 100 has extended that gap between these first 4.
It can almost be like a little bit of a game of cat and mouse. Who wants to make a bit of a move? And the other boy's going to go alongside or just hold off and try and time their run. Quite often in heats of a 400, you might see just that last 10 metres, a little bit of a sprint to the finish to try and secure one of the middle lanes.
So Noah had the fastest third 100, but Oscar has decided that he wants to try and go with him here in this last 100. So Oscar's moved into a clear second with Toby Sutton and Connor Hayes battling for that third place. So Oscar's definitely not giving up the heat win now, and he's moved ahead of Noah with a 32.050, showing that nice speed in this final 100. Noah is now trying to respond as those 2 have moved a body length and a half clear of both Connor and Toby.
Yeah, you can really see that Oscar just wants to get his hand onto that wall in front. He had a little cheeky look on the turn to see where Noah was. So as we come down under the flags, it's still pretty close here. Noah might just hold on, and he does. 4:13.56, Oscar 4:13.72. Then touching there in third was Connor Hayes, 4:15.93.
As we now move along to heat 2 of our boys 17-18 400-metre freestyle. We do have a full heat of athletes here. All 9 of our entered athletes are on the blocks. So across these 2 heats of 400 freestyle, just the injury from Tian. Everyone else who entered has shown up.
They all want to crack at this 400-metre freestyle final tonight. It's quite a prestigious event within Victoria. We're very famous for our incredible Olympian Mac Horton, who is actually our age group record holder in this event. So that time, 3:42.84.
That is moving. Obviously, the world record sits at a 3:40. So at 17:18, Mac was putting up world-class times.
Going out very strong here early on. Callum Rossetto, we've seen him do some great longer distance races. His 800, he really attacked that front end and held on. We've halved the distance here, so he's gone out quickly again. 59.95. Rowan Wine turning in second there, just over that minute mark, 1:00.06, and then it's Matthew Brown sitting in third.
Yeah, I do like Callum's attitude to all his races. He gets out there and has a crack right from the start, sets the tempo and tries to maintain it throughout. So it is our D5 Swimming Club athlete, Callum, who leads through the 150 as the boys on his inside and aren't letting him get away. Rowan is just looking smooth and relaxed, as he always does. His tempo doesn't change much during these 400-metre events. And now starting to make a move in lane 4 is Campbell Wilson Ram. You know, Campbell tends to be a bit of a person who likes to play games in the heats, we'll say. So do expect Campbell to come strong towards the end of this race.
Yes, he's got a lot of trust in his sprint abilities. We've seen him do some great 50s, 100s. So he definitely has that lift, that gear shift in him when he needs it. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him just hurry it up along here and there to switch on the legs, get him a little bit of a wiggle on, push himself through that field.
Tell you what, you can't count out Tom Erhart in lane 7. He's starting to make some ground on the athletes on his inside with a nice 32.9 second 50. So he's obviously focusing on this third 100. He's trying to catch up to the boys who just got away from him in the first 150, 200 metres of this event.
Yeah, Tom, another one of those open water athletes. So we see these guys, they do a lot of hard work in training. They're always very consistent throughout the 400. And as we know, that's something that's going to play a big role as we come to these later legs of this race.
So it will be a race in 5. In this last 100, we'll see who attacks it the earliest. We know Callum just goes for it. So he's setting the speed. But will Rowan start to pick up his tempo? Will Matthew start to pick up his tempo? We know Campbell's going to start to pick up his tempo. He's just gradually building it into it. And I expect him to really bring those legs in the last 50. And Tom's not out of it. He's fighting hard to try and get up alongside those boys who are just ahead of him. And Callum has sort of got away from the other boys. So yes, we are going to see Campbell come nice and strongly, but Callum's done the right thing. He's attacked this race from the start, and he is going to take this last heat out. So Campbell ignored what the other boys are doing, swum his own race, did the right thing, and is going to take out a nice impressive heat win here in Heat 2 of 4:14.10. Taking off a little bit from his entry time, Campbell in second and Rowan in third. We're now moving on to event 128, the girls 12 years, 200 metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats.
Girls just refocusing here behind the blocks. 12-year-old age group, we've seen some really, really strong swims across the last few days. In particular, those personal bests. So when we look at our program, generally you kind of have an idea of what that time might be to make the top 10. And these girls have just been absolutely blowing that out of the water. So I would be more concerned about just how fast they're going to go this morning.
And we've started off with some fantastic speed in lane 5 from Chelsea Zhang. She's going, after this in heat 1, I'm going to set the standard. She turns through that first 50 in a 39.0. So nice, strong first 50. She's not mucking around.
No, Chelsea's such a great athlete. Unfortunate, I do get to work with her a little bit at Melbourne Swimming Club. She always puts in 110%. And that's something that I really like in these younger athletes. The commitment they show. They turn up, they work hard, and they're always asking for feedback as well.
Which is great from an athlete, wanting that feedback so they can then improve the next time they repeat a set or get into the race pool.
So we'll come down to turn here at the 100-metre mark, and she's really set herself up nicely. That time there is 1:23.32. Very close for second place here, Emily Corrado in lane 4. She'll turn in a 1:27.38, followed by Anae Zixiwu in 1:28.19.
So in our turn of breaststroke, that sort of first magical barrier we're trying to take down is that 3-minute barrier. And Chelsea's definitely given herself a chance here. At an entry time of 3:03, that first 100 at that 1:23.3, she's well and truly on target to crack that 3-minute barrier here.
Strokes holding together quite nicely as well. That's something that we really look for, particularly in this third lap, that the athletes aren't shortening up, spinning the wheels. When you get tired, it's easy to cut corners. So if we can hold and maintain that length of stroke, they're going to be doing really, really well.
And what Chelsea's doing a fantastic job of making sure her feet have come together before she starts her next stroke. She's just squeezing those legs together before she's on to her next arm stroke. So she's getting that value out of her kick.
Seeing a nice little final 50 here from Emily in lane 4. Her sister last night absolutely stormed home in the 200 breaststroke, so maybe she's had a little bit of inspiration from there. She looks like she's moved fairly comfortably into second, but Anae Zixi is finishing strong. The time there from Chelsea, smashing that 3-minute barrier, 2:54.46. Emily in second, 2:58.77, and Anae in 2:59.46. So 3 girls under that 3 minutes from heat 1.
It's good to set the standard nice and early. As we now move along to heat 2. So it is Kimberly Chen in lane 5 who makes the best of the starts and is keeping her stroke nice and long through this opening 25. Swimming really well in lane 1 is Summer, and Summer has now moved into the lead through 25 metres.
So we come into turn, and it's Yuzhan Zhu who actually gets hands on the wall first there, 40.68. Kimberly sits in second, 41.01, and then Summer in third, 41.05. Not a lot separating the girls on the first 50. Swimming a more relaxed first lap, so that easy speed. No one's got that super, super high rate up just yet, and hopefully they'll just be able to build through this race nicely.
Yeah, really strong turn from Kimberly. and she was able to pop up into the lead and then has used that strong turn to slowly extend here in the second 50, and will lead through the 100 in a 1:25.81. So not quite as fast as the first heat, but again, still well and truly fast enough to set a time under that 3-minute mark. So Kimberly is doing a really good job keeping herself long and smooth in this third 50. She's holding that glide, so she's stretching out, finishing that kickoff, holding those arms out in front, eyes towards the bottom of the pool, getting those hips to start to come up. She's starting to sneak those eyes forward as she looks for the wall, so that's something that she'll need to keep working on so that she can get that good body position all the way into that turn.
So it is Yuzhuan sitting in second there. 2:16.15 on the turn, followed by Madeline Anderson. So she's starting to make a little bit of a move here on that third 50, but everyone is going to be chasing Kimberly Chen in Heat 2. She's just been pulling away in the last 2 laps quite nicely. She comes down with just 10 metres left to swim. You can see she's up that stroke rate a little bit. The crowd's kind of getting behind her in this heat this morning, which is nice to see. And she comes down to touch on the wall there, 2:56.14. So another athlete under that 3-minute barrier. It was a nice last leg. Yuzhuan finishes in second, 3:04.51. Madeline in third, 3:05.43.
Yes, the Melbourne Swimming Club coaches were definitely getting rowdy there as they were supporting Kimberly into the wall in that last 50.
I think it's super important being this far along into the meet. It can be easy to kind of feel a little bit tired today. We had such a long day in the sun yesterday. We're trying to keep those vibes high.
As we now move on to our third and final heat of our girls' 12 years 200-metre breaststroke. CC over in lane 2 did get the best of the starts, but now moving through in lane 4 is Anna Kang. She's just doing a fantastic job of driving off those legs.
And she's got a little bit of a different style of breaststroke to some of the other girls we've seen in previous heats. She stays a lot lower to the water, so she's barely bringing that head up above the surface, just enough to get that sneaky breath in there, and then returning to that nice streamlined position under the surface.
Yeah, she spends a long time back in that streamlined position between each stroke. She doesn't muck around. She's getting that head back down, those hips in line, squeezing nice and tall and long, and using that momentum out of her kick to drive herself forward as she's stretching tall and tight.
So Anna Kang now coming under the flags to turn at that 100-metre wall. Pretty swift going out speed here, 1:23.38. She's followed around by the 2 teammates from Surrey Park in lanes 5 and 6, Leanne and Ada Jinzing. Those times there, 1:25.5, 1:26.8.
Yeah, Leanne's starting to make a bit of a move here, keeping that stroke nice and long in that third 50, and she's not letting Anna get it any further away here. Or she's starting to extend over her teammate Ada in that battle for second and third. You know that Leanne's older sister is a tough racer, so she's definitely got that racing spirit from her sister.
Yeah, particularly in these more middle distance based events. So the genetics are strong there as the girls turn for that final leg home. Anna Kang is still your leader, Leanne, sitting comfortably in second now ahead of Ada.
Now starting to make a move for third place is Zoe in lane 3. So that battle for third is starting to tighten up between Ada and Zoe. But it is out in front, all Anna. She is going to take out our third and final heat of our girls, 12 years, 200 metre breaststroke, and well and truly under the 3-minute mark at 2:54 flat. Leanne joining her as well at 2:58.46, with Zoe going to come in third.
That's going to be a really spicy race to watch this afternoon in our final session. A lot of those girls sitting around that 2:54 to 2:56 mark. We know these youngsters, they love to back it up and come back and race, and we'll probably see them drop even more time this evening.
So we're now going to move on to event 129, the boys 12 years, 200 metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Was quite a nice start there from lane 4, Andrew Wang of Melbourne Swimming Club. Just already at that 25-metre mark. He's got close to a body length lead. Going out pretty well with him is Logan Brundle in lane 6. And then on that far side of the pool, Noah Tucker. He's in that sneaky little lane 0. There's a bit of a gap between him and the other boys, so he's going to be one to watch out for because they might not see him coming up alongside them.
He definitely started off strong in that first 25 and is going to hold himself in the top 3 positions at the 50. He turns in third, but it is Andrew Wang who leads. Under that 40-second mark in that first 50, so he's out to a nice strong start here in heat 1.
I did notice the Melbourne coaches before the start of this race just trying to get Andrew to smile behind the blocks. I think there's a little bit of tactics behind that. You don't want your athletes getting stressed or nervous or tensing up, particularly before a race like a 200. That's just going to overuse energy that we don't want to waste. So having those happy swimmers, relaxed swimmers, we tend to see faster racing.
Yeah, a happy swimmer is a fast swimmer. And Andrew does lead through in a 1:25.04. Noah's maintained his hold over in lane 0. He's in second place. Logan is moving into third. So there's a close battle on this side of the pool. Noah's just doing his own thing, worrying about himself on the far side, concentrating on executing a good race out there in lane 0. But it is Andrew who just extends his lead stroke after stroke. Nice high tempo in this third 50.
Yeah, lots of these guys really starting to attack the third 50. I'm loving to see these race strategies coming into fruition from the 12-year-olds. They're really placing together a nice 200-metre swim. It's been a great leg here for Jack Hocking in lane 5. He's almost caught up to Noah Tucker over in 0, and he might just get him on this turn. He does there. So it is Andrew leading us around, following him through Jack Hocking. And then Noah Tucker still up in the mix here. Can he hold on down this final 50?
He's given himself the best chance to swim a huge PB. Noah's entry time was a 3:18.31. So he just needs to swim under the minute on this final lap to take out a personal best. But it is all Andrew out in front as we approach the final 15 metres. His stroke rate is ever increasing as he's starting to get a little bit short and tight in this last 15 metres. The support is nice and loud as he comes in and takes this out in a 2:56.43. Close battle for second, but it will be going to Jack Hocking, and in third is Logan Brundle.
once again, these outside lanes proving very impressive on their skills and their starts. Douglas Lee, lane 9, was off to an absolute flyer, but here comes Peter Kim in lane 4. That beautiful, smooth breaststroke there, pulling himself ahead of the other boys in this field.
Yeah, he's definitely using that length of stroke that he has in this opening 50 to accelerate into the wall. 38.75. Also joining him under the 40-second mark in that first 50 is Jacob, with Douglas, our early pace setter, sitting in third. So Peter has just slowly built that lead that he established in this opening 50, keeping his stroke long and smooth, holding that streamlined position between each stroke, finishing his kickoff, being nice and long.
Seeing a little bit of a switch up in positions through the back half of the field here. It's been a nice 50 for Lincoln Hall in lane 3. He'll move his way into that third spot behind Peter Kim and Jacob Lamb. So it is those centre lanes out quickly here in the 200 breaststroke heat 2 for the 12-year-old boys.
So Peter does continue to lead. Jacob Lamb in lane 5 is also doing a really good job of maintaining that good stroke length. With Lincoln Hall in that second 50 moving through the field slightly, and he continues to do that. Those three are extending out from the other boys here in heat 2, as it will be Peter who leads through the 150-metre turn in 2:07.42, with Jacob and Lincoln having a nice tight battle for second and third. Lincoln did make up about half a second in that third 50 on Jacob, so we'll see if he can continue to make up a little bit more ground in this last 50.
Just 20 metres left to swim now for Peter Kim. And this has been a beautiful race for him. He doesn't look like he's tiring too much down this final lap, so really solid performance. He's timed his run really well, didn't go too hard too early, and he's maintained that stroke throughout all 4 of these 50s. His time there, 2:52.38. He'll take out heat 2, and that super fast approaching Lincoln Hall does get his hands on before Jacob Lamb there, so he'll finish in second, 2:59.74, scraping in under that 3-minute barrier. Always a nice feeling. Jacob there, 3:00.72 to be third from that second heat.
So we're now moving along to our third and final heat of our boys' 12 years 200-metre breaststroke. So we see our multi-talented Lachlan Bull in lane 4 here. Not often you have the 100 freestyle champion be the top seed in the 200-metre breaststroke, but that is the case here for Lachlan, and he looks like he wants to show that he's a 200 breaststroker as well as a 100 freestyler.
Yeah, this breaststroke is actually looking very nice from him as well. You can just see the effort that's going into his drive forward, really extending those arms out as far as he can, making the most of every stroke in this lap, and he's out swiftly, 35.73. A lot of the other boys in previous heats just scraping under that 40-second mark, so he is absolutely flying down the pool here. Turning in second was Jaden Tran, swimming out of lane 3, and then action on that far side. Once again, Lucas Wang turned in third there.
Now, with this early speed that Lachlan Bull is showing, we do need to keep an eye on that Victorian age record at 2:33.64, set in 2019 by Nicholas Stupas. So he's going to be out nice and strong through the 100 in that 1:16.0. So a 40 point there. Let's see how he maintains these third and fourth 50s. And we'll see that maybe tonight if you can keep those 50s under that 40-second mark, he might be on for challenging that Victorian age record.
And sometimes just that change in atmosphere can really draw the best out of our athletes. So it'll be interesting to see under the lights tonight, have the music going, the DJ playing, the crowds get a little bit crazy. Anything can happen.
And we definitely saw that last night with Henry Allen's 200-metre backstroke state record, taking down Nick Bromwell's 16 years 200-metre backstroke record that had stood for 10 years. And there was many people who thought some of those Nick Bromwell age group records were never going to be beaten, but Henry Allen managed to do so last night. But here it is, all Lachlan Bull in Heat 3. He's looking smooth, he's looking long, he's looking relaxed, and he's putting together a fantastic heat swim here in the boys' 12 years 200-metre breaststroke, and comes into touch in a time of 2:39.02 to comfortably take out our third and final heat. It's a nice tight battle between our energetic Thomas Poppins and Jaden Tran for second place in this heat, and it is going to be Thomas Poppins who touches in second, Jaden Tran in third, and a fantastic swim out there in lane 0 from Lucas Wang, also getting underneath that 3-minute mark. So that concludes the action in event 129. We now move to 130. The girls' 13 years 200-metre individual medley. We have 6 heats behind the blocks. Looks like we're now combining, going straight into heat 2. So we've now combined heat 1 and 2. So we're starting with heat 2.
Excited to see how these 200 IMs play out. Potentially one of my favourite races on our program at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian State Age Championships, purely based on the fact that it can be super hard to pick who's going to come out on top. We have so many lead changes as the strokes go from butterfly to backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, based on people's strengths, fitness abilities, and then also those transitions, those turns are ever so important in this race as well.
Our IM turns are probably the most technical turns that we do in swimming, and so it's really important that you can time it up so you're finishing on a full stroke with momentum, getting through the turn nice and fast to carry yourself and set you up for your transition into your next stroke. So we're now going to have 5 heats of our girls' 13 years 200-metre individual medley. So we have our reseeded heat, combined heat 1 and 2 in the water now.
It's a nice start over on this side of the pool in lane 7 by Bryn Kirk of Wodonga City. That nice little powder blue cat making her pretty easy to spot in the pool as she flies away in the butterfly leg of the IM.
Yeah, she's out to a nice strong start there. Our country athlete will lead through this first 50 in a 33.82. So do disregard the names on the screen. They are our names of our upcoming heat. This is our combined heat 1 and 2 of our reseeded girls 13 years 200-metre individual medley. So moving through in the middle of the pool now in this backstroke leg is Lydia. She's been able to put a consistent tempo into her arms with those legs working nice and high in the water, and she's going to lead through the 100-metre turn at a 1:16.97. So still maintaining second place from her early speed is Bryn. And now Bryn is responding in this breaststroke leg with a nice up-tempo pace and has moved back into the lead through the first 25 of breaststroke.
But look out, here come the breaststrokers. It is so important to have this leg to be one of your best in the IM. It can make such a massive difference as we see that field really starting to tighten up as the girls come down into that last 5 metres of the third 50 here.
Yeah, really strong swim in this first 150 metres by Bryn. She still continues to lead through the 150 metre mark, but it is getting nice and tight as we enter that freestyle leg with our athlete in lane 3, Joni, now challenging for that lead in this opening heat. Those two have cleared out from the rest of the field.
Down to touch there. It will be Joni who takes out heat 1, 2:48.89, following her onto the wall there. Sophia Graham, 2:49.28, and then Maggie Fisher. Nice strong finish there, 2:54.1.
So our opening heat of girls 13 years, 200-metre breast, 200-metre individual medley. Set a nice strong pace there. Our 13-year-old girls is that first age group that they're eligible to qualify for age nationals. So as we move towards the later heats, we'll see some of these athletes trying to achieve their age national time, which sits at a 2:38.89. Our Victorian age group record was set in 2012 at 2:22.63 by Jessica Adams from DVE.
So it does look like we're ready to get underway here now. You just see the girls behind the block keep wiggling the legs, just trying to stay calm, ready to go, nice and warm. So we get underway for heat 2.
And here's the far side of the pool with Sophia Benton and Maggie Zhang getting off to a nice strong start in this butterfly leg.
Just starting to pull away a little bit is Maggie in lane 2. Very smooth looking butterfly from her, out at 32.23. Sophia still in that second place spot there, 33.28. And then it is Chloe Svarek in lane 4, sitting in third. So we hit this backstroke at a nice little pace. You can see a few of the girls just starting to build into this race comfortably.
So it's really important in this backstroke leg to try and keep that tempo of your arms up nice and high. It's not a recovery from the butterfly leg. You need to attack this backstroke leg like it's an individual 50, keeping that tempo up nice and high. While we might not be working those legs super hard, they need to be light and fast at the surface. And Maggie does continue to lead from Sophia at the 100, with Chloe maintaining a hold on third place.
It's nice to see some really good skill showcase from the girls. No one let one another get too far away on that underwater, which is always good to stay within arm's reach. But Sophia Beaton over in lane 1 is having an absolute ripper of a swim here. That outside lane is doing her all of the good things right now in this breaststroke leg. Maggie Zhang just wants to try and stay nice and close to her, because that gap will probably almost double going from the breaststroke into the freestyle leg.
With the fastest breaststroker in the field looking to be out in lane 0, Charlotte Kelly. So it will be the far side of the pool who are going to touch 1, 2 and 3 into that freestyle leg. So Sophia Beaton leading into that freestyle leg ahead of Maggie, with Charlotte in third. But it will be the middle of the pool who will try and make some ground, and including the far side of the pool with Lucy Pascoe in lane 9, also making a charge in this last 25. Sophia looks like she's going to hold on for the heat win, but the minor places are definitely up for grabs. Maggie's holding tough in second place, but coming strong down the bottom of the pool is both Lucy and Estelle. But it will be Sophia who takes it out, with Maggie in second and Lucy in third. We're now moving on to Heat 4, which is our first of our seeded heats in the girls' 13 years 200 metre individual medley.
So a little bit spread off that start. A couple of the girls got off really well. Looks like Abby Mesha over in lane 7. She pulled away early on. Also going out quickly, Henrietta Wong in lane 5. A couple of these girls, though, we do know they are great breaststroke swimmers. So Xu Tong in lane 4, also known as Celine. She had put on a really great breaststroke in the 200-metre race last night.
So what I do like is those ones who do have that strong breaststroke, if they can try and get out as close as they can to their competitors, then that sets them up for success, and you capitalising that on that breaststroke leg. You don't want to sit too far back and have to do too much chasing through that first 100. But it is Henrietta who's going to lead at the 100-metre mark. She's got that nice high tempo that we saw earlier in the backstroke, and will lead through the 100 at that 1:10.89 over Audriana, and in third place will be Abby Mersha. So now the breaststrokers are starting to make their move in the middle of the pool.
Yeah, look, Celine in about the first 3 strokes, I think she overtook about 3 athletes alongside her. She's really gaining a lot of ground on Henrietta and Audriana. So it is going to be close as we come down to the end of this leg. Looks like Hen having a really good swim, though. She's had a great meet. She's got that higher stroke rate than some of the other girls in the field. Let's see what can happen in this final 50, the freestyle leg.
They turn side by side into that freestyle. Henrietta had done the early work and is not going to give up this heat win very easily. She's now moved back into the lead. That nice high tempo that she has across all her strokes has carried her back into the lead here in Heat 4.
Yeah, she's definitely a nice little fighter, and probably one you'd want to back if it come down to a head-to-head. Really tough athlete there. She's going to come away with the win from this heat, 2:32.36. Celine finishes in second, 2:33.47. And then Adriana finishes in third, 2:36.73.
As we now move along to Heat 5, or our reseeded Heat 4.
So did you want to have a guess who might have had the best start in the pool there, Nick?
I was watching the screen, but even if I wasn't, it was definitely going to be Tiffany. But Nara has taken it up to her through after they surfaced. Those two did surface together, and she's now capitalised on a strong butterfly leg and will lead through this butterfly in the 31.49 with Lucy Reed in second and Tiffany Met in third.
So some good little backstrokers in this heat. Just shifting gears down this second 50. It's a nice swim from Sierra Kaufman out in lane 9. And then if we look to the far side of the pool, Zihan Jin, she's also having a nice backstroke here as well. So those three middle lanes, they're out in front. But once again, those minor placings, that spot in the final is definitely up for grabs here.
We'll start to get a better idea through this first 25 of breaststroke who is going to be our contenders come the end of the race here. But it is Nara Matsuno who leads and is really driving long off those breaststroke legs. But starting to make a move in lane 5 is Lucy Reed. So Lucy's moved ahead of Tiffany Miet, who had overtaken her during the backstroke portion of this 200-metre individual medley.
Yeah, Lucy's really attacking this breaststroke leg. You can just see her throwing those arms forward almost on each stroke, and she's closed that gap up quite substantially. Another thing I really love about Lucy is before every race, she's always got a massive smile on her face, and she's just so happy to be here, and that's what we want to see from our younger swimmers.
So she did close down that gap, Lucy, in the breaststroke leg, but it is all Nara Matsuno in this freestyle leg, and she's going to take Heat 5 out nice and comfortably, putting together a fantastic swim, keeping that kick going nice and strong all the way into the wall. She comes into touch in a time of 2:28.68 with Lucy Reed in second and Tiffany Miet in third, just ahead of Ruby Moore. As we now move along to our fifth and final heat of the girls' 13 years 200-metre individual medley. As expected, Lucy Ma really making the most of those underwater dolphin kicks and popping up in the lead. Also starting strongly in lane 6 is Imogen Murray. We've seen Imogen work on those starts throughout the meet and put together some really good, strong performances on her underwater skills.
And then onto the turn, though, it looked like Megan Lee just pulled away in the last 5 metres of that butterfly to touch the wall first. And then if we take a look over to this side of the pool, lane 6, this backstroke leg is also looking really nice from Imogen. So that it's about being strong across all 4 strokes. It's really hard to challenge the rest of the field if you have a weak leg.
So Imogen's now maintaining her place in the lead but challenging her as we approach the turn is Lucy Ma. They turn together through the 100 with Megan Lee just behind. Once again, Lucy Ma showing her skills off the wall to come up ahead and start to extend here in the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, she's really good at timing races, so she knows when to use a little bit more energy, she knows when to conserve, and she always just has this beautiful run where she's not necessarily winning early on or taking it out too hard, but just gradually pushing her way through into the front, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her extend the lead as we come down the final leg of that freestyle lap.
So Lucy Ma is in control this heat, but starting to challenge for second is Arabella Johnson, who had the fastest breaststroke split of the field, and she's made up a good bit of ground on Imogen Murray, but Imogen has re-established herself in the first 25 of the freestyle leg. Arabella's not going away in that fight for second place, but out in front it is all Lucy Ma, who's looking long, relaxed and super powerful here in the last 15 metres of our freestyle. And it will be Lucy Ma who takes this last heat out in a nice time of 2:27.96. In the battle for second, it will be very tight between Arabella Johnson and Imogen Murray. As we now move along to event 131, the boys 13 years 200 metre individual medley. We have 5 heats listed, and in the water is heat 1.
So going out nicely here, Austin McNaught, as is Joseph McInnery.
So this should be a good race between a number of our athletes, and we'll get to see their strengths shine during this 200 metre individual medley, as all of them have an entry time at 2:45. So some of them will have done a number of these 200 individual medleys leading into our state championships, where others of them, this might only be their second or third ever 200 metre individual long course medley.
Often it just takes really small changes in the way you set out in this race to drop large amounts of time. Particularly in these younger athletes, they might sometimes go out a little bit too fast, and just holding back, they're going to be a lot stronger in the second half, or laying off those legs a bit more in the backstroke to conserve some leg speed in the breaststroke. Little tweaks are going to make a big difference. So the more opportunities they have to race it, the better they're going to get.
And it is our Flyers swim team athlete, Ethan Gately, who did a fantastic job through that backstroke to extend out to over a body length lead. So he's sitting really nicely out there in lane 7 and is maintaining that lead through the first 35 metres of breaststroke. Starting to make a little bit of a move over in lane 1 is Rory Hansen, and he's coming up alongside both Joseph and Austin in that battle for second place. But it is Ethan who's going to lead through the 150 turn as we move into our last freestyle leg.
We're just starting to see a little bit of a fight on our hands. So Ethan, he's fairly comfortably out in front. I don't know if these boys are going to be able to take it to him, but that race for second is well and truly underway. It is Austin versus Joseph. They are basically moving stroke for stroke here. Who can get their hand on the wall first down this last 5 metres? Ethan will take out heat 1. His time 2:36.46. And then Austin gets there in second, 2:39.63, followed by Joseph, 2:40.07.
We now move along to heat 2. So in lane 2, it is Sebastian Flowers who's making the best of this early speed. Our Northwest Aquatic athlete really worked those strong underwaters and is capitalising on a strong butterfly leg, and is going to be over a body length clear of the rest of the field when he comes into touch. So Sebastian leads through in a swift 30.73. Yeehee in second, and Dex sitting in third.
I really liked how high in the water Sebastian looked in that butterfly. It was almost effortless to the eye, and that's what we want to see, particularly in an IM. It's a 200-meter race. You don't want to overwork, and if you're sitting a bit low, dragging water along on top of you, it's really going to catch up and slow you down throughout the rest of the race.
You don't need to be the best butterflyer, but you need to be the most efficient butterflyer. Sebastian has continued to lead through the 100-meter mark as he approaches that wall and does lead, but let's see where the breaststroke strength is in this field. And Sebastian's first 5 strokes off the wall have looked very impressive. If anything, he started to re-extend his lead here in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, still looking really solid, but we can see Yeehee Ma in lane 4 just starting to work a little bit of magic there in this breaststroke, closing that gap ever so slightly on each stroke. It's got a slightly faster stroke rate occurring, so getting a little bit more catch each time as well. As they come down, it will still be Sebastian in the lead as he turns for home. 1:59.22. Yeehee turns in second there. And then over in lane 7, it's Dex Kuma in third.
That was a classic example of different athletes taking a different amount of time to get into their stroke. Sebastian actually had the faster breaststroke split because he was able to get into his technique right from that first stroke. Yeehee took a little bit longer to establish his rhythm, and Sebastian has now re-extended his lead in the freestyle leg and is going to take heat 2 out in a time of 2:36.33. Yeehee in second and Aaron Zhang in third.
The boys in heat 3 underway now. We should start to see things get a little bit more fiery as we enter those circle-seated heats. Fastest swimmers in those golden lanes in the middle of the pool, and taking us out nicely here is Aiden Ramos in lane 5. Going along with him, lane 8, Xavier Gray. Have seen Xavier's name pop up a few times in these outside lanes, so he's come in with a little bit slower on his entry times, but he seems to be performing immaculately.
He's definitely putting himself into contention through the butterfly leg. It will be Aiden Ramos who leads ahead of Xavier, with Hang Tang Wang in third. So Aiden's capitalised on his strong backstroke and is now starting to move away from the rest of the field, with Hang Tang Wang moving into second place, and Lachlan Harris also starting to put together a really good backstroke leg. Not to be discounted out there in lane 1 is Thomas, whose stroke rate is nice and high, has moved from 5th place at the first mark. He will still be in 5th place, but he started to make some ground in that second 25 of breaststroke.
So off that underwater there, that breaststroke split stroke, it is still Aiden Ramos out in front, but Hantang is starting to make a move. really driving in that breaststroke. We have seen in these 200-meter races the person who can maintain that glide and get into that streamlined position, that efficient breaststroke, seems to be the one really being able to capitalize and make their move, shift gears and push forward into the lead. And that's exactly what Han Tang is doing here as he comes down now under the flags. He'll turn in first at the 150-meter mark, so 1:53.59 for Han Tang. Aiden sits in second, and then Lachlan Harris, he's in third. Those middle lanes really racing down this final 50.
Yeah, Han Tang's fantastic breaststroke. He was able to put in over 2 seconds over both Aiden and Lachlan, and that's the margin he entered the freestyle leg with. He's going to maintain this body length advantage. He established into the freestyle to take heat 3 out of our boys 13 years 200 medley in a time of 2:28.14, with Aiden in second and Lachlan in third. As we now move along to heat 4 of our boys 13 years 200 metre individual medley.
As we hit the water here, those centre lanes, bit of a race of the training partners by the looks of it. The two boys from Surrey Park swimming out of 3 and 4, and it was Ishak Ismail in that middle lane who got off and underway quickly in this butterfly leg. Going out really well in lane 9 was Cooper Scott too, so they are our leaders as we come down under the flags for the butterfly element of our medley.
So Ishak was the only athlete underneath that 30-second mark on the opening 50, with Cooper sitting in second and Jaden into third. Those three continue to hold their positions through this opening 25 metres of our backstroke leg, with Ishak just start to extend his lead. He's able to maintain that nice strong tempo on our backstroke as he comes towards the 100-metre turn, looking towards his breaststroke leg. So he touches first in a 1:06.56, and it is still Cooper in second and Jaden in third through that 100-metre turn.
Yeah, Jaden put a lot of work into that backstroke, really tried to have a heap of momentum coming into that turn, and he was super solid on the split stroke off the wall, pushing himself up through the surface into that second place spot. And keep an eye on these other boys, how many breaststrokers are in the house this morning, but it is all Ishak out in lane 4 still. He's going to be a hard man to catch.
Yes, he definitely looks comfortable there, but the race behind is starting to tighten up in our breaststroke leg as Ishak leads through the 150 in a 1:49.85, with Jaden maintaining second place, and Arjun moving into third. But it is all Ishak here. He's looking great from start to finish of this race. His legs have been strong. He's been smooth through the freestyle leg, and he's going to absolutely demolish it here in heat 4 as he comes into touch in a time of 2:23.20.
Looks like Jaden might just hold on for second there. He does 2:31.95, and Christopher Lee follows him onto the wall, 2:32.54.
We'll now move along to heat 5, our 5th and final heat of the boys 13 years 200 metre individual medley.
it was a very long underwater from our center lane. Our visitor from Japan, Saku Yamada, he made every millimeter count there as he popped up right on that 15-meter mark. And it's got him away to a flying start here down the first 50.
A really strong start. Perfect on that 15-meter mark as he leads through in a 29.62. Fraser Nagel in second and Kepler Schneider's in third. So Kepler had the better of the turns between himself and Fraser and has popped up in second place as they emerge into this backstroke leg. And Kepler's using his strong backstroke to start to chase down our early leader.
Yeah, you almost saw Saku out the corner of his eye. Just see Kepler making a bit of a move and pick up his rating there. So nice little race. Kepi's going to get his hand on the wall in front after that leg, though. 106.15. Saku follows him through 106.44. And Fraser Nagel sitting in third, 107.52. So once again, we're seeing a little bit of a dominant show from those middle lanes.
And Saku has started to reassert his dominance on this heat through the early stage of breaststroke leg. Kepler passed him in the backstroke, but bang, Saku's back in front in this breaststroke leg and is now pulled out to over a body length lead with 10 metres left to go before our final turn.
Yeah, Saku really nice and snappy in that breaststroke. Definitely one of the cue kind of words that coaches often use. We want to see those quick rotations, snapping back into that streamlined position at the conclusion of each stroke, and that's really benefited him through that breaststroke. As he turns now, that freestyle, he's put the pedal to the metal. That motor is absolutely burning. 6-speed kick all the way down as he comes down under the 15-meter mark. Kepi still sitting in second, and a little bit of a race on for third here as well.
Saku will take it out in a nice time, 2:20.48. Kepler in second. Tight race for third, but it will go to Quinn Richards over there in lane 2. We're now moving along to event 132, the girls 14 years, 100-metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
So as heat 1 gets underway, this is the 100-metre breaststroke, so a little bit different technique we're looking for as to what we saw earlier in those 200 metres. That stroke looking a lot longer, a lot more of a glide on it. At 100, we're sprinty. It needs to be more of that snappy style of breaststroke, and as soon as you extend and reach out into that streamline, you want to be getting onto the next stroke, making sure those feet have closed together before that, though.
This is another one of our fantastic Victorian age all-comer records that has been around for now 24 years. Set back in the year 2000 by Liesl Jones at a 108.39. That was before she became a Victorian, and that would have been in the lead up to her Olympic debut in Sydney.
As the girls here in heat 1 come down into that finish. This is Ginevra Carabina in lane 3, who is looking to take out heat 1. Her time there, 1:25.62. Isabel in second, 1:26.30. And Zoe finishing off in third, 1:27.94.
So we're now moving along to heat 2. Really strong start over in there, lane 0 by Michaela. She led through the first 15 metres, and also going well on the opposite side of the pool is Emily McMillan. So we've got both sides of the pool covered here through the first 25 metres, and now Tyler Matheson in lane 7 has moved into the lead.
This is a pretty close spread going on. A couple of these outside lanes can be dragging along the rest of the field. Maybe get them off to a bit quicker start than they might usually do. Let's see if they can hold on through the second 50 as Taya Matheson turns in first there, just under that 40-second barrier, 39.23. Kiara Ruggiero in second, 39.36. And out on this lane 9, Emily McMillan was in third, 39.90.
Yeah, Kiara's now moved into the lead, but coming strong on her inside is Exlin, and she's now coming up right alongside her. Of Brighton Grammar School Suma is going stroke to stroke with Kiara as they've got 10 metres left to swim here in heat 2.
So down to touch, all about that timing onto the wall. Jinlin gets it 1:24.03. Kiara second, 1:24.50. And Emily holds on for that third place spot, 1:25.31.
As we now move along to heat 3 of the girls' 14 years 100-metre breaststroke.
That underwater split stroke is so important in these breaststroke races. It's our one event where that 15-metre rope doesn't really come into play. You are allowed to just complete the split stroke. Doesn't matter how far you get from it. So you want to make the most of it and really use it to your advantage. You're seeing a nice little battle throughout lanes 4 and 5 here, those centre lanes. Isabel Neeson, Phoebe Balcombe, they are almost stroke for stroke. Isabel just slightly edging ahead as she turns at that 50-metre mark, 37.27. Phoebe 37.83. And Laura Zhang over in 0 turns under that 40-second barrier too, 39.62.
Yeah, really strong speed in the middle of the pool across that first 50. And Isabella's continued it in this third 25. Her tempo is unchanging. The swimmer from Surrey Park has been really aggressive throughout this 100, and we'll see if she can maintain it through the last 15 metres. As we go underneath that false start rope, she's starting to shorten up and really needs some work on keeping driving forward off those legs to try and get those hands on the wall as quickly as possible. But she looks like she's on for a big PB here, and she touches the wall in 1:20.52. With Phoebe in second and Yang Yang in third. It's a nice 5-second PB there from Isabel, and also putting herself underneath that age national qualifying time of a 1:21.12. So we've already had our first swimmer in our 14-year-old girls 100-metre breaststroke under that national age qualifying time, and we're only just about to hit those seeded heats now.
So this is heat 4 underway, and look at that start. There was a really nice beginning from lanes 5 and 6. Eve Lawrence and Lily Chan. We've seen Eve perform some beautiful breaststrokes in relays across the last few days. She's looked super, super strong. Let's see if the girls in the middle can make up that ground that they've lost off the start as we come through that 35-metre point.
And Eve does continue to hold that lead, but it is going to be nice and tight between the 3 middle lanes through this 50-metre mark as they all turn together in 36 points.
And off the wall, quite similar on the underwater. Ayan Iyatsu in lane 4, one of our visitors. She looks like she's just starting to pull ahead It's not an easy task, though. These girls on the outside lanes are really going with her. Kayla enters over in lane 3, is having a great second 50 as well. So the fight is really on down this last 10 metres of who can get their hands on the wall first. It is going to be between lanes 3 and 4. Kayla looks like she just picked up that pace again, but I think Ayan will touch first there. 1:17.13. Kayla 1:17.31, and then Eve 1:18.16.
Yeah, so nice strong swims from our centre lanes there in our first of our seeded heats as we now move along to heat 5. And it is lane 5, Vera Zheng, who gets the best of the starts, and going with her as expected, Joanne Liu. Joanne's been really good on her skills, especially off her dives and turns this meet.
Yeah, she really makes the most of that explosive power and strong underwater, but we're just now starting to see the reason why Leona Low-Hermans is swimming out of lane 4 here. She's timing this lap really nicely. She's got about half a body length ahead here. She's turned at 35.96, so we're seeing them start to go out a little bit quicker. Following her around was Sophie Taranyuk, 36.88, and then Vera Zheng in third there on the wall, 37.26.
So really good early speed from Leona across that first 50. Now the challenge will be to see how close she can get that second 50 to that 40-second mark if she's looking towards a personal best swim here in the heats. She does lead from a half a body length over Sophie, with our early leader, Vera Zheng, holding on to third place. But it will be Leona who touches in a 1:16.78, Sophie in second, and Vera in third. As we move now to our sixth and final heat of our girls 14 years 100-metre breaststroke. We'll see how many swimmers can crack that 120 barrier, because it looks like that's about the time you're going to need to progress to tonight's final. With our national age group qualifying time sitting in a 1:21.12. There's a strong field here in our 14-year-old girls, and in the centre of the pool is Zara Olawani. She's starting off nice and strongly, but the lead is probably being just held by Macy down in lane 7 through 25 metres.
Yeah, Macy got off really well, as did Cherise Chan over in lane 1, and she's really picking up her rating throughout this 50. So it looks like she might be the one to watch as she turns in first there, 36.77, not quite as fast as our previous heat. Going through in second there was Macy, and Waylon Trong sitting in third.
Now we'll see these stronger 200 breaststrokers start to make a little bit of a move in this second 50. It's all about maintaining that technique in this last 25 metres. And Waylon has now moved into the lead with 25 metres left to swim. The centre of the pool is starting to make their move and shortening the distance that Waylon has an advantage over them. Elsa in lane 3 is coming strong. So is Zara in the centre of the pool, but it will be Waylon who will hold on and take this sixth and final heat out in a 1:19.55. So a number of those swimmers on that 120 mark in this final heat. So it's going to be nice and tight for those top 10 positions tonight. As we now move on to event 133, the boys 14 years, 100-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats of boys. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Now, this is certainly an event on the program that I'm looking forward to. The guys in this 14-year age group in the 200-meter breaststroke swam the race of their lives the other night, and it changed. The leaders swapped around. It was really, really exciting and really, really close. So I'm keen to see what they could do in this 100 today.
And it's good to see a number of these breaststrokers also compete in the 400-meter individual 400 freestyle earlier in the session. So they're not saving it up just for the breaststroke. They gave that 400 freestyle a crack. And here in Heat 1, our Western Melbourne propulsion athlete, Kaylin, is leading through this opening 50.
So all these boys on entry time sitting around that 120 mark. So let's see if anyone can break that barrier. Kaylin Theodore there, 35.97. It's a great first 50, trying to set himself up to do just that.
He's given himself the best chance. They would add in 35. Now, how close to that 40-second mark can he return? He's not letting the other boys into this race, and Kaylin continues to lead. So Kaylin Theodore with 15 metres to swim, ahead of Joel Murdoch in lane 3. But it is all Kaylin. He's led from the start. He's going to lead all the way through to the finish and take it out in a time of 1:16.63. Joel in second and Hugo in third. Really strong swim there from Kaylin with a nice 3.5 second PB.
So now we're going to start to see things get a little bit speedier. These are our circle-seated heats. This is heat 2 of 4. There's a really nice start there by Harold Zhu in lane 5, claiming that early lead, but watch out. Luca, that stroke rate really pushing through. Going with him is James Clare in lane 3.
Down in lane 9, Daniel Vince has got a bit of his own race going on as we've got a few vacant lanes here, so he's really going to need to focus on himself. But it is the centre of the pool who'll lead first, with James Clare leading through in a 33.5 ahead of Luca and Harold in third. Harold did have the best of the turns though, and he's popped up in the lead, so he used that speed into the wall, landed on a full stroke, capitalised on his split stroke off the wall. And now at the 75-metre mark, Luca has moved back into the lead.
That timing of the breaststroke is ever so important, particularly as we come down into that last 5 metres under the flags. You really want to finish on that full stroke. A half stroke can be the difference between you and a win. So Luca gets it. It was a nice finish there, 1:10.62. Harold in second, 1:11.02. And then James in third, 1:11.74.
So had our top 3 athletes there in Heat 2 underneath the age national qualifying time of a 1:15.20 as we move along to Heat 3.
And what a start it was from our visitor in lane 5, Rick Zhao. He was off and racing quickly. Trying to go out quickly with him is Xavier Eagle in lane 3. Nice to see him with some front-end speed. We saw him showcase some really good back-end speed in the 200. So he does have those fast-twitch fibres activated and going off today.
We know he's a past medalist at the state sprints in the 50-metre breaststroke, so he does have both speed and endurance in his breaststroke. So he's going to try and take it up to Rick in this second 50. But Rick really used that wall to his advantage and re-established his lead, whereas Xavier's now working through the swimming portion to close that margin down again. And in the middle of both of them, Gabrielle coming nice and strong as well.
So under that 15-metre rope, the race is on. It's Rick versus Xavier. Looks like Xavier might have just started to edge ahead. Gabriel really closing the gap here too in that last 10 though. It's very tight on the wall. Xavier 1:10.72 takes heat 3. Gabriel touches in second there, 1:11.15, and then Rick 1:11.29.
Yeah, really strong heat there in heat 3. We'll see what heat 4, our fourth and final heat, can do.
We know Byron can go out quickly. He was the fastest person to the 100-metre mark in the 200, so speed is on his side.
Whereas Leon is our 200-metre champion and tends to come home nice and strong. We even saw that in the 400 freestyle this morning. His second 200 was really strong. So we'll see if he can make up the difference that Byron is going to establish at this 50-metre mark. So Byron out nice and fast in the 32.01. That is serious speed on this first 50. We'll see how he can hold it together on the return journey.
Yixin Jiang in lane 6. He turned in second and he's still holding on to that place here. Leon starting to make his way through the field a little bit now. Holding strong over in lane 3 is Leo Nolan as well. So they're in a bit of a nice battle for that second place spot throughout heat 4. As Byron comes now under the flags, it's going to be a very swift time here. He'll go 1:09.61. Finishing in second there, Leon 1:13.11, and Yixin in third, 1:13.41.
So that 1:13.4, 1:13.48 was what was required to make it back for our 14-year-old boys. 100-metre breaststroke as we now move on to event 134, the girls' 15 years 200-metre freestyle. We have 5 heats, and in the water is heat 1.
So 200 freestyle, a pretty tough race in itself. You know, we often talk about the difficult events like the 200 fly or 400 IM, but 200 free is one that kind of sneaks up on you a little bit. It is quite a fast event, but it is also 4 laps.
Yes, and it definitely looks like that Ava has understood that isn't a fast event. She's getting out nice and strong here in this opening heat in a 31.57 with Sienna in second and Isabel in third.
The girls in heat 1 sitting around that 2:23, 2:24 mark. We have seen some big improvements throughout our heat 1. We have a pretty good success rate for personal best. I mean, I'm gonna just set this up. Can any of these girls break that 2:20 mark, do you think?
Well, based on the speed that Ava has shown through that first 50 and continued in this second 50, she's every chance as she turns through in a 1:06.43. She's given herself the best chance to break that 2:20 barrier. The race behind her is nice and tight, with the other 4 separated by less than half a bow length through this opening 100. So Ava Dennis continues to lead here in heat 1, keeping that tempo up nice and high. She attacked the first 50. She consolidated in that second 50. She's working towards her final turn. 1:43.44, so not quite as strong in that third lap, dropping down to a 37.01. She'll have to see if she can pick up that speed a little bit in this final 50 if she wants to try and break that 2:20 barrier and register a 4-second PB.
She does look to have increased her stroke rate a little bit more down this final lap compared to that third 50. So I think it's going to be a pretty close one with that 2:20 time. She'll be tiptoeing around it. But either way, it's going to be a great swim here for Ava Dennis as she finishes there just under. Great work. 2:19.94. Ashley Lander in second, 2:23.85. And then Isabel Blackmore touches in third, 2:24.17.
As we now move along to heat 2. So in heat 2, it is Zara Reynolds in lane 4 that is off to the fastest of the starts. Our athlete from Bendigo East has really attacked this first 50. She is getting a little bit attached to that lane rope, so we'll see what she does on this turn. Does she start to circle, or she's going to re-centre herself as she does turn through in a 30.48 ahead of Emily in lane 0 and Jemima in 2.
That swimming close to the lane rope can be a little bit of an unfortunate side effect due to the way we train up and down other people in your lane. It is really, really important and useful in a race like this event to stay right down the centre of that dark blue line, so you're not doing extra metres that you don't need to.
So now through the 100-metre mark, it is Lani Jarrett, our visitor, who has taken over the lead. And she's looking smooth and relaxed and looking like she's really focusing on this middle 100 of this 200 freestyle, keeping her tempo up nice and high. Those legs are working nice and high. Jemima has now moved into second place, with our early leader, Zara Reynolds, settling into third.
So it is still Lani at the 150 mark, following her around. Jemima, Zara in third. Not a lot of changes here as the girls come down this final 50. It'll be time to bring in that big kick. So we have less than 25 metres left to swim for Lani. This has been a great swim for her. She's just gone from strength to strength, and she's really lifting now with just 10 metres left to go.
And she's going to absolutely annihilate that 220 barrier as well for the first time, touching in 2:16.80. Jemima in second, and our early leader, Zara, in third. As we now move along to heat 3.
Heat 3 of 5 here, so we begin that circle seating. Can't mistake that really nice underwater in the middle of the pool there from Arabella Tomlinson. Just swimming this 200 freestyle in a training suit. A little bit of an extra challenge for herself in the heats today. She's out quickly under that 30-second barrier, 29.63. Madison Brand turns in second, and Sienna Santillon in third. The girls make their way down the second 50.
You definitely need to get out nice and strong in this 200-metre freestyle and keep that pressure on through this second 50. And both Arabella and Madison are doing a good job of that as they go stroke for stroke towards this 100-metre turn. So they turn through here in a 1:02, slightly ahead of Sienna. Madison did get the best of the turns and popped up just ahead of Arabella, but Arabella's looking to respond here in this third 50. They've cleared out to a body length lead over Sienna, who's 3 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. So centre lanes have moved ahead of the rest of the field here in this third 50. Madison Brand is fighting hard for that lead and is not letting Arabella have it her own way here as we go together through that 150-metre turn. Only 5/100ths of a second apart.
Yeah, once again, Maddie just came off that wall a little bit better than Arabella, so some work to do for Arabella if she wants to make up that little bit of ground that she lost off the turn. But Maddie is looking really nice down this final 50. Just actually pulling away here with 15 metres left to swim.
Yeah, really strong swim from Madison Brand. Had an entry time of 2:12.05, and she's going to be underneath that as she comes underneath the wall and touches in a 2:10.13. Arabella in second and Sienna in third. So we now move along to heat 4 of our girls' 15 years 200-metre freestyle.
Just interesting to see a few more of these athletes selecting to race this 200 freestyle in those training bathers. Means they're just going to have something a little extra tonight when they put on that race suit. They get to feel a little bit faster and sit up a little bit higher in the water as well.
It is our centre of the pool that's out nice and strong here in heat 4. Alia, Zali and Lily going stroke for stroke down this first 50, but it will be Alia who turns first in 30.22, Zali in second and Lily in third.
Now, how many times can you say Ali, Zali and Lily in a row?
It might be a little bit of a tongue twister, but to help us out, Luca is moving into it in lane 6 as well. So it's now a race in 4 with Alia and Zali starting to clear ahead of both Lily and Olivia in lane 7.
So at that 100-metre mark, Zali, she leads us out 104.12. Alia not too far behind, 104.34. And Olivia just shifts up a little bit. She's moved into that third place spot there, 105.93.
Yeah, really strong third 50 here from Zali Schneiders, and she's now a body length clear as we approach this last turn. The battle is tightening up for those minor places in this heat though. But it is Zali Schneiders who leads through the 34.8 second 50. As usual, her technique has not changed. Her tempo has not changed. She's looked smooth. She's looked controlled throughout the first 175. And I don't expect it to be any different for this final 15 metres.
No, she's really made this whole race look quite easy. And that is in itself is not an easy task to do. So Zali's going to come down under the flags now to take out heat 4. Really nice big long glide onto the wall there, super relaxed, 2:13.86. Olivia in second, 2:15.62, and Liliana touches in third there, 2:15.86. Few more familiar names taking to the water here for heat 5 of the girls' 15-year-olds 200-metre freestyle. Sion Lee in lane 4, one of our visiting athletes. Off to a nice start, as was Tessa Scott over in lane 2. They're out early, quickly. This is a 4-lap race, the 200 freestyle. First lap, set it up, easy speed. And we want to build through, keeping each of these 50s as close in time as possible as Tessa Scott hits the wall there in a 30.62.
And Sion Lee is now starting to extend her lead here in this second 50 with Lucy Doyle going with her and Jasmine Hunt. Not to be discounted either in lane 6. So it is Sion who leads through with Lucy Doyle in second, Jasmine Hume in third.
We've spoken over the last few days about Sion's stroke, how nice and long it stays. That kick keeping her up really close to the surface so she's not dragging too much water along with her. And it's just creating that efficient freestyle that's really drawing her ahead of the field here. As she turns in first, 1:36.23. She's got about a 3-second lead on Lucy Doyle, 1:39.42. And Jasmine Hume sitting in third.
Not content with that 3-second lead. She's really brought those legs in for this final 25. She's continuing to build on that lead. That tempo's nice and high, looking nice and smooth. So it will be Sion who takes this 5th and final heat out of the girls' 15 years Turner freestyle in a 2:08.15. Lucy Doyle in 2nd and Jasmine Hume in 3rd. We now move on to event 135, the boys' 15 years 200-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats behind the blocks. It's heat 1. Our Victorian age group record sits at a 1:51.02 for our 15-year-old boys, set by Alexander Graham. Alexander Graham is in this morning doing some signing of autographs for our athletes. So a very great opportunity to meet Alex, who's recently retired from swimming after spending about 8 years on the Australian Dolphin teams. He was an incredible member of the Dolphin team in those 100 and 200 freestyle metre events, and was a captain and leader of the Dolphins for an Olympic cycle between 2016 and 2021.
As the boys come into that 100-metre turn, a little bit of action from the outside lanes. It is Chris Kamala who hits the wall, 1:00.37. Nathan Nye out in lane 8, turning in 2nd, 1:02.08. And then Matthew Mace on the other side of the pool, over in lane 1, 1:02.25.
It's no surprise that we've got action all over the pool in these unseeded heats, because all these boys have an entry time between a 2:12.1 and a 2:13.0. So the action will be nice and tight, with some of these boys still popping out big PBs, looking to extend here. It is Chris through the 150 in a 1:34.5. He's on for a huge PB if he can maintain this tempo down this last 50.
Doesn't look like he's slowing up too much, but Nathan out in lane 8, he's really bored in that big 6-beat kick, as is the swimmer Tyler Miette in lane 6. He's joined the party too, so those 3 boys nice and close together now, but I think Chris Kamala has done enough to take out heat 1. The time there, 2:08.59. Nathan 2nd, 2:09.53. And then 3rd goes to Jacob Chester in 2:10.76.
As we now move along to heat 2. So is our visitor in lane 4, Joshua Parmenter from Jazzy Swim Club, who is off to a nice strong start. Also going with him in lane 6 and 7 is William and Gordon respectively. So those 3 boys will lead through this opening 50 here in heat 2 of the boys' 15 years 200-metre freestyle. So Joshua leads. James over in lane 0 did sneak in for 2nd, ahead of Williams Simmons in lane 6. So we continue here in heat 2 of our boys' 15 years 200-metre freestyle, and there's a nice even race across the pool with many chances as we head into this 3rd 50.
So it will be Gordon Chen, 1:01.38. He turns in first. Joshua Parmenter in second, 1:01.59, and William Thraves, 1:01.74. but there's still not much separating any of the boys in this field.
Yeah, Gordon Chen put in a really good second 50, and he's trying to do the same here in this third 50 to capitalise on his lead. The boys aren't letting him get that far ahead, though. He's trying to sneak out to a body length lead as he comes into the wall for this final turn. But making a move in lane 2 is William Thraves, who had the fastest third 50.
Yeah, it was quite clear. He just attacked that turn as well. So a little bit slower over with the legs for Gordon Chen meant that gap wasn't as much as it probably looked in the lead into the wall. And William is really making a race of it down this final 50. He's pulled right up in front. Coming home quickly, though, is William Simmons in lane 6. These two are stroke for stroke into the touch, and it will be William 2:08.05. That was William Thraves. Then William Simmons in second. It's a race of the Williams 2:08.17 to take second from heat 2.
As we move along to heat 3.
So beautiful underwater from lane 2 there. Oscar Dingwall, he really utilised that entire 15, and it was super smooth too on that transition. So he's up and racing quickly. Very close on this side of the pool with a few of those outside lanes as well. 8 and 9 really in the mix early on, but Oscar is going to hit that wall first. 27.36 in the first 50.
We've seen Oscar all week with fantastic skills off those underwaters, and he's done that not only on the start here but off that first turn to move back out to a body length lead in this opening 100. He's really working those legs nice and strong as he works towards that 100-metre turn. Sets himself up for this all-important third 50. So he will lead through at the 100-metre mark under the minute in a 58.27, with Ashton Robinson moving into second place.
So Oscar remains our leader. Boys in the rest of the field trying to crawl their way back into this race on this third 50. Starting to pick up pace over in lane 3 is Declan Broadfoot. He's got his sights set on Oscar Dingwall, and he's really making up a lot of ground as they come into that final turn.
Yeah, Oscar and Declan have had some great races so far this week. It does look like that Oscar Dingwall has this heat in control, but it will be a question of what time he can set. Declan Broadfoot's not letting him get away, though. He's maintaining that one body length gap, but it will be Oscar Dingwall who is going to take out heat 3 here of the boys, 15 years, 200-metre freestyle, in a nice time of 2:01.85 ahead of Declan Broadfoot, and getting the touch for third down in lane 9, Ewan O'Connor Close. As we now move along to heat 4.
So this 15-year-old boys age group, we've really stacked our field full of visiting athletes. Just keep an eye on those placings from our Victorian boys. There are 8 spots available in tonight's final for those guys. As we hit heat 4, we start those circle-seated heats. So looking to the centre of the pool for that little bit extra speed, and taking us out swiftly in lane 5 is Thomas Spark, 26.86.
I like to think there is a minimum of 8 spots for the Victorians in the final, because based on how they're performing, they might take up more than 8.
We do have some pretty fast boys to come in these next couple of heats. So heat 4 really trying to set the pace, distinguish themselves, and kind of lay down a time and say, catch me if you can, chase that one.
It is Thomas Spark who leads through in a 57.26. So again, we're getting more and more of our athletes out through this first 100 under the minute here in our boys 15 years 200 metre freestyle as we move into our seeded heats.
His third lap, it was Thomas Spark who had the speed early. He seems to be fading just a little bit as Steve Hansen pushes through into the lead. Milo Dressel de Bruin over in lane 7. He's also made up a little bit of ground here on this third leg. We'll see what these guys can bring home their final 50 in.
We've seen Milo finish nice and strongly in a number of his races this week, so we'll see if he can start to make a little bit of inroads on the top 2 in this last 50. It is still Steve Hansen, though, looking nice and smooth and in control here in Heat 4.
It's been a really nicely put together race for Steve, almost like a gradual build into this final lap, and he's kept that stroke length perfectly. 2:00.26 the time to beat. Thomas Spark finishes in second, 2:02.83, and Milo Dressel de Bruin in third, 2:04.74.
As we now move along to Heat 5. Osbert Gu has been fantastic on his starts all week, and he does lead through the 15-metre mark here. But Gianluca is not letting him get away and has gone with him on the opening 25.
Yeah, Osbert's really attacking this first 50. He's already absolutely pumping that 6-beat kick, so hopefully he'll be able to maintain it for the rest of this race. If he does, it's going to be a really powerful strength of his. As we turn there, it is Osbert, our leader, 26.74. Gianluca sitting in second, and then Luca Brown sitting in third.
And it's good to see the boys attacking that first 100 here in the 200 freestyle, because if you talk to our Victorian age all-comer record in Ian Thorpe, who set a time of 1:47.24 back in 1998, he strongly believes that our athletes need to get out nice and fast in this 200, not sit back and wait for that last 50.
Well, it looks like Osbert might have taken that good advice, because he is still absolutely flying down this pool. That lead is increasing with each stroke. The boys on either side doing a lot of work to try and catch up, but it's going to be a hard chase with just 55 metres left to swim. Osbert still our leader there, 1:27.13. Luca Brown moves into second, 1:29.29. He's just ahead of teammate Gianluca Paradiso, 1:30.81.
Now the question is, how much under 2 minutes can Osbert go? He's set himself up through the first 150. He's starting to shorten up just a little bit, and Luca Brown is starting to make some distance on him in this last 50. Osbert is going to hold on and take out Heat 5. Right on that 2 minute mark at 2:00.17. Luca Brown in second, and Gianluca coming in for third. As we now move along to our 6th and final heat of the boys' 15 years 200 metre freestyle.
Some really long underwaters there from the boys. Harry Main stayed under a pretty long time, as did Bart out in lane 7. We know Bart really good over a 50 and 100 metre freestyle. So let's see if he can hold on through this 200. Harry, one of our stronger middle distance athletes, swimming out of that centre lane here, and he's taken it out quickly. 27.27. William Tan follows him through, 27.47. And Matthew Moran sitting in third, 27.90.
So we have the speed with Bart, but also watch out for lane 5 with Cody, who's our Victorian champion at both the 800 and 1500 metre events from Tarragon. So we expect him to maintain his speed the best in this field, and we'll see if he can start to move into contention in this second 100. It will be Harrison who leads through the 100-metre, just ahead of William Tan, with Matthew Moran in third.
Yeah, now those two boys, William Tan and Harrison Main, they really utilise that underwater off the 100-metre turn to pull away from the field quite substantially within just 10 metres there into this third 50.
So Harrison is maintaining his lead over William, and that tight battle for third between Cody, Matthew and Bart is bringing them up to those top two. As we move through the 150-metre turn, it is still Harrison Main over William Tan with Cody Said in third.
Harry still looks to be fairly in control. Coming alongside him, William Tan. It's not going to be enough. Cody just shifting gears as well, but I think that's where these placings are going to stay as we come down to touch there. And another 200, so Harry Main 200.49, William Tan 201.42, and then Cody finishes third 202.20.
That's definitely going to be one of the races to watch tonight with our boys. 15 years 200-metre freestyle, number of different chances across the field. Expect a nice tight race, and we'll see how many of those boys can push towards that 2-minute barrier.
And now we move along to event 136 on the program. This is the girls' 16-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. This is heat 1 of 4.
So in our 200-metre individual medley game, we're looking to see who can work to their strengths and minimise their weaknesses. And there's Ruby in lane 4 from Traralgon, who's using that butterfly nice and strongly to set herself up as the early leader. She turns through in a 31.71 here in the opening heat of the girls' 16 years 200-metre individual medley.
So general race strategy for a 200-metre IM, we're looking at, we talk about easy speed in the butterfly. That's all about just making sure you stay oxygenated, you don't overrate, we don't want to spin the wheels. We just want to set ourselves up with a strong, solid first lap. Then this backstroke leg, it's more about the upper body. So getting that arms going, getting your rotation up, and a little bit lighter on the legs, because this breaststroke leg is where they are going to start to burn. So you want to have as much in the tank with those legs as possible as you make it to this lap.
And we'll see who starts to make their move in the breaststroke leg. Down in lane 7. It does look like we're getting fantastic distance per stroke from Madison as she makes her way through, but Lucinda in lane 8 is getting the best of the breaststroke legs, and she's moved from 4th place to 1st place at the 150-metre mark. So Lucinda did have the best of the breaststroke legs. Let's see if the other girls can respond here in the freestyle.
That gap is definitely closing up a little bit. It's getting to become a bit of a race of 3 here, with Teal Williams also joining the girls. Has our swimmer out in lane 8 done enough to hold on as they come down under the flags? And on the touch there, Teal gets it, 238.53. Lucinda in 2nd, and then Shelby Morgan picks up 3rd.
So great race here in the opening heat of our girls' 16 years 200-metre individual medley, as we now move along to heat 2.
A lot of these girls probably enjoying the fact this is the 200 IM, as we saw a few of them compete in that 400-metre individual medley earlier in these championships.
So Maisie Pronk starting strongly down in lane 7. Our visitor from Manuel. But also putting together a good butterfly leg is Judy Hussein Aman. So those two turn through in 30 points, with Annabelle Jorgensen not far behind. A really good turn there from Judy. She's popped up in the lead and is looking to extend here in the backstroke leg.
It's really up that rating here, which is great to see in that IM. Just those legs fluttering along behind. They're not overdone. She's really, really pushing out this first 100. So she probably knows there's a few breaststrokers in the field that she has to get as much of an advantage on as possible coming into this third 50.
So she used her backstroke strength well, and here comes Michaela Larkin in lane 4. So we do know Michaela Larkin is a nice, strong breaststroker, and we'll use that to her advantage. But Judy, through this first 25, has made sure that she's capitalised on that first 100 and is only letting Michaela get it back up to her feet. Michaela hasn't been able to close that last body link through that first 25. She's sneaking up to her hips now, but Judy's holding on nice and strong.
So we'll come into turn here for that freestyle. Judy remains your leader, 152.13. Mac in second, 152.86, and Annabelle sits in third, 157.67. But Judy looks like she's going to take this one out. She's kind of running away with this freestyle leg. Mac, a bit of a slower rating, just rolling the arms over, whereas Judy has really picked up the pace down this final 10 metres.
Really good to see Judy put together a fantastic heat swim here. And going to take this heat out comfortably in 2:25.94. Ahead of Mackenzie, with Annabelle in third. So nice strong swim there from Judy Hussein Aman to take out heat 2 of the girls. 16 years, 200 metre individual medley, as we now move along to heat 3. So Alicia Clark pops up in the lead. We've seen her swim a number of times this week, and one of the characteristics of her is that smooth technique. She's a brilliant technician. She uses that to her advantage. She's one of those rare swimmers who, when she's going very fast, people accuse of not trying. I think we all wish we could be like that, but Alicia's doing a fantastic job here in the butterfly leg. Turns first in a 29.69. Ava Candy in second, and Grace Cox in third. So Alicia's, again, looking nice and smooth and comfortable and relaxed in this backstroke leg. With strength slight either end of this medley, but she's going to make sure she works that backstroke leg to give her the best chance through the middle part of this medley as she turns first in a 107.57. Ava Candy maintains her hold on second place, with Kate Hurley now moving ahead of Grace Cox into third.
Just see Kate really driving forward in this breaststroke. It looks to be one of her strengths in the IM. Ava Candy had a nice backstroke leg, really up that rating, and she's just got a smooth breaststroke on her. Doesn't look to be pushing as far forward, so the other girls in the field might be making up a little bit of ground as they come down under the flags here. It remains Alicia Clark out in front. That really relaxed stroke helping her through to turn in first here. Ava Candy still sitting in second, and Kate Hurley in third.
Not to be discounted out in fourth is Sally White, who's putting together a good swim in lane one. Alicia's return to that beautiful freestyle of hers, looking nice and comfortable in control, with Kate Hurley and Ava Candy having a battle down this last 15 metres. But it is all Alicia Clark here in Heat 3 of the girls, 16 years, 200 metre freestyle, as she comes in to take this heat out in a 2:29.00, followed by Ava Candy and Kate Hurley in third. So we're now moving on to our fourth and final heat of our girls' 16 years, 200 metre individual medley. And in the centre of the pool, it is Lily Kosh who gets out to a nice strong start. So we know Lily is a good butterflyer, a good backstroker, a fantastic breaststroker, and a strong freestyler. Probably her first 350s are where her strength lies in the 200 metre individual medley. So she'll look to make the most of them as she turns through first in a 30.56, with Jessica Whiting sitting in second and Ariella Riley in third. So Ariella Riley has kept that tempo up nice and high in this opening 25 of backstroke and does move ahead of Lily Kosh. We know Lily is a strong breaststroker, so Ariella does need to have a little bit of a lead, and she's using her strong backstroke. Nice tight turn through into that breaststroke leg, and she gained 3 seconds over Lily in that backstroke leg to lead, with Eliza moving into third place down in lane 8. Eliza is having a battle with her DVE teammate, Rihanna Chen. As we move into the breaststroke legs, Amelia Otto is done to challenge for the minor places, but it is now Lily who's used her superior breaststroke strength, getting great distance out of each stroke as she's moved into the lead.
So Lily Kosh turns for home here at the 150 metre mark of the women's 16-year-old 200 metre individual medley. Following her around was Ariella Riley. She's had a great swim. She's really attacking this final 50, trying to take it to Lily Kosh down the home straight. And then sitting in third, Amelia Otto. She had a really awesome breaststroke leg as well. It can definitely be the difference in these IMs as Ariella comes up alongside Lily with just 5 metres left to swim. And she looks like she's going to take out this fourth and final heat here. So 2:23.99. Great finishing lap by Ariella Riley. And then sitting in second onto the wall, Lily Kosh, 2:25.93. Following her on was Amelia Otto, 2:31.61. And we move right along now to event 137. This is the boys' 16-year-old 200 metre individual medley. And we have 4 heats. Just the 3 swimmers swimming out of heat 1. Entry times 2:27, 2:28. Let's see how we go as we take to the pool. It's a quick start by Thomas Costello over in lane 5, the swimmer from Ballarat Gold. His butterfly leg looking very strong, keeping it relaxed. He's going to take us through in a 28.71. Alex Kaposhin sitting in second there, 29.74. And Marley Sutherland in third, 30.36. The boys move into the backstroke.
Our Victorian age record stands at 2:03.41, set in 2021 by William Petrick. William Petrick is going to be joining us tomorrow here for our younger athletes at MSAC to get involved in a signing session. So that is great that our Victorian record holders and Paris Olympian William Petrick is joining us on pool deck from tomorrow.
Still a super close race we've got on our hands here. Our visitor in lane 3 just really picking up this breaststroke leg, trying to break away from the boys in 4 and 5. They're not making that an easy job to do, just hanging in there. So they've got about 10 metres left to swim of the third 50 here.
Yeah, all these 3 boys are still in with a chance as we head towards this final turn. Who can get the best of the turns, land on that full stroke? Both Alex and Thomas time their breaststroke strokes into the wall to land on a full stroke. So they've come off with good speed, and it is Thomas Costello who does lead through the first 25 of freestyle. But Alex is not letting him get away, and fighting strongly in the middle is Marley Sutherland. So it is going to be a battle down this last 10 metres. Thomas is trying to hold on. Alex is coming strong, and it will be Thomas who just holds on. 2:21.87. Alex in second and Marley in third.
And another heat 1 with some super solid personal bests. The streak still stands.
3 out of 3 PBs there as we move along to heat 2.
So once again, Bowen Parom in lane 4. Really nice start and underwater. We've come to be a little bit used to seeing that from him. So maintaining those skills throughout this week. Going out strong in lane 7 as well. Alfie Graves, they're off to a ripper start here in the IM as we come down to that turn. Into the backstroke, Bowen 28.87. Darcy Stewart second, 29.25. And once again, though, those underwaters, absolutely phenomenal.
He stayed nice and deep off that turn, used those dolphin kicks, strong and powerful, and has popped up in the lead by half a body length. Darcy Stewart, though, is just starting to gain some ground in this second 25er backstroke, with Josiah also in the mix.
Darcy also a really nice breaststroker, so we're expecting to see what he can do in this breaststroke lap. Can he make up that ground? Bowen so good on the underwaters. Once again, in together, pulls away.
Yeah, so Tharwin timed his turn better there. He was able to get in and out of that wall faster than Darcy. Darcy's now having to try and re-catch up the ground that he lost in the actual motion of turning here in this breaststroke leg. Also starting to make a move in lane 3 is Lucas Kay. So we turn through at the 150 with Tharwin still leading. It was Lucas who had the fastest breaststroke split as we move into our freestyle. So Tharwin is looking comfortable in the lead, but both Darcy and Lucas are capturing his feet. Now they're starting to capture his hips. Darcy's definitely not giving up this heat win easily. He's charging back at Tharwin. Tharwin is going to just hold on as they come into the wall. A little bit of a long glide then Tharwin, and that's cost him, with Darcy getting his hand on the wall in first, Tharwin in second, and Lucas in third. As we move along to heat 3.
Should be an interesting heat, this one. A lot of different individual strengths George Huang there out quickly on the underwater. Going with him, Nikolai Trophy Machine. Big Nick the Machine there. Great breaststroker as well. So look out for him in that lap. And then again, all those outside lanes, they're really putting together some fast first 50s and good underwaters with Korn Diner out in lane 9, turning in third there behind George and Nikolai.
Once again, George uses some strong underwaters to pop up almost at that 14-metre mark off the wall into our backstroke leg, and he's really accelerating that stroke rate here in Heat 3 of the boys' 16 years 200-metre individual medley. He's pulled out to a 2.5 body length lead over Nikolai, with Harry starting to move into third place in lane 3. So it will be George who leads through the 100 in a 101.64. That's really good speed through that first 100. It's tight for second between Nikolai and Harry. So George is not mucking around here. He's out nice and fast in the 100. Nikolai's going to start to work on catching him in this breaststroke leg. He's reduced the margin ever so slightly, but George's strong backstroke leg gave him a good advantage that he's looking to hold on to into that breaststroke to freestyle turn.
Yeah, Nikolai just catching piece by piece, stroke by stroke. It's not quite going to be enough to get there at the 150-metre mark. So George turns in first, followed by Nikolai. Harry Kuma third onto the wall there. Not much between him and a few of those other athletes fighting it out for these minor placings in Heat 3. All looking to secure a spot in tonight's final.
It is George Huang who's looking nice and smooth and relaxed as he maintains that body length lead over Nikolai and is going to take out this heat in a nice time of 2:14.13. Nikolai in second and Harry holding on for third. We're now moving on to our fourth and final heat of event 137, our boys 16 years 200-metre individual medley. And it is Harry Heath who uses his strong underwaters in the centre of the pool to pop up in the lead, but also swimming really well down in lane 8 is Luke Gallagher. So Luke has now maintained the speed through that first 25 and will lead through the butterfly leg in a swift 28.02. Harry in second and Peter Behrens in third.
So it is still Luke just holding on as the other boys start to increase their rating here. It's a really nice backstroke leg over in lane 2 by Kynan Power as he shifts gears and takes over that lead. Trying to go along with him, the boys in the centre, Blake Hughes and Harry Heath. They're going to hit the wall 1, 2, 3. And look at that underwater shown there by Harry Heath. That is the difference that turn and that solid split stroke can make. He went in second by about half a second and he's come out almost a body length in front just off an underwater.
Yeah, really strong use of that turn. Harry's extending his lead now in this breaststroke leg. Max Malone starting to make a little bit of ground late here in this breaststroke as he turns together with Blake Hughes at that 150-metre turn. Harry Heath continues to look very comfortable out in front. Blake Hughes did get the best of the turns between him and Max in that battle for second, so he's re-established a half body length lead into this final 15 metres. It is going to be Harry Heath who's going to take out our fourth and final heat of our boys 16 years 200-metre individual medley in a 2:14.63, ahead of Blake Hughes in second and Max Malone in third. That is going to be another one of those good races to watch tonight. Our boys 16 years, 200-metre individual medley. Number of strong chances across the field and different strengths that we'll be able to watch out for when you tune in to Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel or KO Freebies, depending on where you are in the world. As we now move along to event 140, the girls 12-13, 400-metre freestyle. We've combined our first two heats and we're on to heat 2 of 7 or 6. We will find out. We definitely don't have a heat 1, that's all I can tell you.
So back into these 400 freestyles. If you tuned in earlier, you might have had the opportunity to watch a few of our older athletes compete in this event this morning. But this is our 12, 13-year-old girls. So first and foremost, great to see so many more of these youngsters having a crack at the 400 freestyle. Not an easy event by any means whatsoever. It's an 8-lap race. A lot of these swimmers will be breaking it down into quarters. So just like a game of football, that third quarter tends to be the premiership quarter we talk about. This first one, you want to get off to a good start, not overdo anything, and then really build through.
And I think our athlete, Isabel Thornborough, in lane 8, is going to lead through this first 100. I believe this is her only individual event, so she's obviously decided that she likes the 400 at this nice early age of 12. And is taking it out nice and strongly in a 1:11.89 through that first 100. That's something you'd love to see, that they've gone straight to the 400.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of these middle to longer distance races. And it's just so good for the future of the sport, really. If we can get more athletes participating in these longer events at a younger age, it's more opportunities for them to hone their skills, perfect the race plans, and really be successful in these events.
So Isabel Thornborough still continues to lead through that 150-metre mark in lane 8. She attacked it right from the start and has been able to maintain her speed through that first 150. As Clarissa is trying to challenge her over in lane 3. So those two are about a length clear of their next closest challenger, who lies in lane 6 in Lauren Davenport.
So this turn marks our halfway point. Leading us through is Isabel, 2:31.91. Clarissa sits in second, 2:32.63. And Lauren in third, 2:33.73. Now the girls in amongst this heat, times range from around that 5:18 mark up to 5:22. So it looks like they've done enough in that first 200 to set themselves up, have a nice possible personal best coming at us again in these early heats.
For a number of these athletes, this might only be their second or third 400 freestyle. So they're learning about pacing strategies. So they've definitely got out to a good start here. Now the challenge is how fast they can maintain their 50s. We see that Isabel's turned in a 40.0, Clarissa in a 40.5 there. So both of them at that 40-point range, which is really good speed. We'll see if they can maintain that, or maybe even drop back under 40 seconds again as we move towards our final 100.
I'm really liking the consistency Isabel's shown in that stroke rate. Haven't really seen it fade too much throughout this first 300 metres. She just takes a look and a breath to the other side to see where the rest of the girls in the field are. She's still hovering around that 40-point mark, as are most of the girls in the field at this point. A couple of them just sliding under there. We saw a from Alexander Henniker over in lane 1. So she's certainly picked up the pace as we've come into this final 100 metres.
Yeah, Alexander's strong third 100 has moved her into outright third place as she's chasing down Clarissa for that second spot at the moment, but our early leader Isabella Thornborough is holding on. So we'll see that if when Alex and Clarissa get alongside each other, if that's going to spur them on to chase down Isabel over in the other side of the pool in lane 8. All of them under that 39-second mark on 40-second mark on that 50, with Alexander dropping into that 38s. So they're all coming nice and strong in this last 25 metres. It is going to be a race across the pool between our 3 leaders, Alexander in 1, Clarissa in 3, Isabel in 8. It does look like it is going to be the far side of the pool who's going to take this heat out, as they've been able to bring their legs in a little bit stronger in this last 100. And Clarissa and Alexandra going head-to-head into the wall, and it will be Alexandra in a 5:09.40, Clarissa in second, and Isabella Thornborough in third. All those swimmers smashing their PB there in our first heat of the girls' 12:13 400-metre freestyle. So we're now moving on to what is listed as Heat 3.
It's a really nice start in lane 3 by Lily Lynch. Already setting herself up, looking very smooth in that freestyle stroke. Good technique and good efficiency could be really beneficial throughout a 400. And keep that nice length of stroke. You're going to be working a little bit less, but getting the same distance as other swimmers in the field for each stroke you're taking. As we come into that 50-metre wall, Lily leads us around. Pippa Brown not far behind, and Maggie Zhang sitting in third.
So they've started off nice and strongly on that side of the pool here in Heat 3. And we'll look to them to maintain that tempo. Everyone's sort of settling down into that rhythm post that first 50 that they want to establish. The thing is, it shouldn't actually feel much different to that first 50. That first 50 is kind of just that bonus energy that you get from the excitement, the dive, feeling fresh, and then you get into that rhythm by the end of the first 50 and try and maintain it throughout the rest of the 400.
These girls will know exactly what that pacing feels like, how that rhythm should be going, the tempo they need to be at from the training work they do behind the scenes, when they do pace work, when they do aerobic sets. They're trying to hold these times over and over and over so they can remain really consistent on race day.
So we saw in that first heat, they were through this middle part of the race, they were holding around that 40-second mark. We'll see if this in this next heat, the heat that's in the water now, who have a slightly faster seed times, if they can end up a few more of those 50s under that 40-second mark through this middle portion. And it does look like our 2 leaders, Lily and Maggie, have managed to hold a 39-second repeat on that 50. We'll see if we can see another one coming up here as we approach the 200-metre turn.
It's always a really great opportunity if you can almost be taken for a bit of a ride by someone else in the field. It's a difficult race to swim if you end up out by yourself. So if there's someone starting to make a move, your best bet is to try and stick with them and have that almost buddy to hold you accountable lap after lap.
And Amber Cherry's starting to make this a race in 3. She had the fastest fourth 50 there as we went through the 200-metre mark. And she's working her way up alongside both Maggie Zhang and Lily Lynch in this third 100. You could see that she was, obviously her plan was to try and feel like she was accelerating into the wall of that 200-metre mark and then attacking this third 100. So Maggie does continue to lead. She was able to get back under that 40-second mark once more on that 50, same as Amber.
Yeah, Amber just showcasing some really nice skills on her turns. You see her really flick those feet over onto the wall with a lot of strong power and aggression. And then off it, she's maintaining a few of those dolphin kicks, that nice tight streamline, just conserving a little bit more energy.
So Maggie looks like she wants to make sure she remains in the lead across every lap here, as this time it's Lily who gets the closest to her as we move through the 300-metre turn. So nice strong 50 there from Lily. But once again, it's Maggie who has the best of the turns and moves back out to a body-length lead over Lily and Amber. So Amber and Lily are side by side, looking at the feet of Maggie as we make our way into this last 100. Then down in lane 6, 7 and 8, we have a great battle between Piper, Ruth and Ava for 4th spot, with Pippa Brown not to be discounted over in lane 2 as well.
So just that final 50 leg left to swim, and Maggie Zhang still remains our leader. She's got a nice little gap on the other girls here. And it looks to be Amber Cherry sitting in second. Lily Lynch not going away anytime soon. In fact, she's just upped her rating as well, trying to come up alongside Amber, see if she can sneak her hand onto the wall in front as those lead girls come with 10 metres left to swim. Your winner of Heat 3 is going to be Maggie Zhang in a time of 5:06.43. Still super tight, down to touch between second and third. Amber Cherry gets it 5:08.33 in front of Lily Lynch 5:08.37.
As we move along now to Heat 4.
So now we move into our last of our equally seeded heats before our circle seeded. 400 freestyle, just the 2 circle seeded heats in that slightly longer event.
Starting strongly is Kira Delaney in lane 6. We've seen her get out nice and aggressive in a number of her races, which is always good to see. She turns through in a 32.4 with Casey Bryant in second and Miller in third.
Always a nice little confidence boost if you can still be feeling relaxed and start swimming through this first 100 and already have a little bit of a lead. Kira doesn't look like she's overdoing it. She's keeping that rate going, plenty of oxygen coming in. She's going to turn now in a 1:08.81. Miller sitting in second, 1:10.53. And it's Casey Brand out in lane 9, still holding that 3rd place spot.
So Kira Delaney used that early speed to establish her lead ahead of the field, but very tight behind her. Nice high tempo from Kira as she's working her way through this second 100. So she turns first at the 150, 3 seconds clear of Miller, with Raina Snyders moving into 3rd place. So Kira has been maintaining that same rhythm and same tempo throughout this race. She's doing a good job at making sure she is finishing each stroke off right down past her legs. Still getting good value out of her stroke, even though she's got a nice high turnover. So she will lead through the 200 at 2:23.92. Now Raina Snyderson have moved ahead of Miller in that battle for second and third. So our country girls 1, 2, 3 in this heat.
Once again, we're seeing those families of swimmers coming through our Swimming Victoria pathways. We've seen Zali Snyders and Kepler Snyders put on some really great races. They've picked up a little bit of bling. Raina is their younger sister. She's having a great swim here from heat 4. Sitting in second. The other girls have come up alongside her now, though. It's going to be a nice little challenge. But Kira Delaney, she's led it so far. Can she hold on throughout the rest of this race? She's done everything in her power to gain as much distance on the rest of the field as possible early on.
Yeah, so she's done the right thing. She got out nice and aggressively at the start of this race, has kept her tempo going nice and strong. The other girls are racing each other and will hopefully be spurred on with that to try and catch Kira as Kira makes that 300-metre turn. So Kira at the 300-metre turn, a nice 38.250, does lead by 3 seconds into this last 100.
Yeah, Kira definitely the one to chase down here, but I think the girls over between lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 might just be busy watching one another, because it is super tight between the 4 of them as they come into that 350-metre mark.
So it will be Kira who leads at the 350 mark, with Zoe Macaulay the one to make the biggest move there, dropping a 36.650. She's extended her lead over those tight fights, but here comes Raina.
Keep in mind, there's 12 and 13-year-old girls in this race, so a lot of the girls are actually in that younger age category here, which is great to see. It's going to be super competitive over the coming years. Kira Delaney, she's only 12, Raina 12 as well, and Zoe is 12 too, so those youngsters really showcasing their skills as Kira comes into touch there. 4:53.31. Raina finishes in second, 4:55.78. She just holds off Zoe Macaulay, 4:56.94.
Raina absolutely stormed home over that last 100. A really strong finish there from our Geelong athlete. As we now move along to heat 5. So in the middle of the pool, Jemana has been putting together great swims across a number of different strokes, so it's good to see that she's not afraid of tackling this 400 freestyle, which is off to a nice strong start.
Really going out after it as well is Eve Waddell over in lane 1. She's really up in the mix, so Jemana turns in first, Eve in second, and then it's Amy Bai out in lane 6, currently sitting in that 3rd place spot.
So once again, all across the pools, nice and tight on those entry times. So we expect the challenges to come from everywhere.
And also, don't be surprised when these girls drop another 10 seconds off their best, because apparently that's an easy thing to do.
When you're a 12 and 13-year-old girl, anything is possible, which is great to see. As Jemana leads through the 100 under the 110 mark, with Allegra down here in lane 9, moving to second place with Eve Waddell in third. So it is spread right across the pool through that first 100 here in heat 5 of the girls 12-13 400-metre freestyle. So Jemana has extended her lead ever so slightly at that 150-metre mark. But Allegra down in lane 9 has definitely decided that she wants to go with her. So the Lavenham Wyndham swimmer is challenging our leader in the middle of the pool as they approach that 200-metre turn.
To see Allegra, her kick is really consistent so far in this 400-metre freestyle. So she'll be looking to try and maintain that, if not increase it, throughout the next 200 metres as we come down to turn at the halfway point here. And Allegra has overtaken Jemana to make that switch over in first. Her time 2:25.46, following her 2:25.50 for Jemana. And then sitting over on the other side of the pool in third is still Eve Waddell, 2:26.77.
Looking to make a move into those top 3 positions. In lane 6 is Amy in this third 100. She's really trying to bring those legs in nice and strong. Allegra is holding on tight to that first position she's just gained, but Jemana's not letting her have it very easily and is now back into the lead after a nice 38.3 second 50. So she's moved back into the lead in this third 100.
Always a bit of an interesting race when you've got action coming from all over. So we've got Allegra, she's out in lane 9. Jemana is in lane 4, and then Eve over in lane 1. Now, you do have a little bit of vision in freestyle. You can kind of see across the pool. It's not the easiest task to do, and you don't want to waste too much time, but it is always nice knowing where your competitors are and really trying to challenge them. It's going to make all the swimmers in the pool lift.
So we're on to that final 100. The legs are being brought in, and Eve is the one who's attacked it the hardest in the opening 25 of this last 100. But watch out for Amy. Amy has been stalking her prey in this last 200, just gaining ever so slightly. Allegra has seen her coming and so started to increase her tempo down in lane 9. Still too close to call here as we approach the 350-metre turn here in heat 5.
And we've almost seen that change in leader, but Allegra holds on. Amy now in second place and Eve sitting in third. It was a quick lap from all of those girls. They really picked up the pace. And as we're coming down this final 50, it's going to be a real fight to the finish line in the heat 5 of our 400 freestyle for 12, 13-year-old girls.
It's also coming into the equation is Ruby Moore in lane 5, who's storming home. So it's a race in 5 with 10 metres to go. It is Amy who's finishing the strongest, just ahead of Ruby, who's charging hard. And Eve in third place. What a race there from our 12, 13-year-old girls in heat 5 of the 400 freestyle. Super strong finish by Ruby at 34.58 last 50 to move right up from 5th to almost get the heat win. As we move now along to heat 6.
Now heat 6, we start to see a few more of those 13-year-olds appear here. Only 2 12-year-olds, and they're swimming out of the center lane. So Lucy Dolan and Yoshi Honda, the youngsters in the middle lanes of the pool here.
And Lucy Dolan certainly not scared to be competing against those who are slightly older than her, as she's charged out to a nice early lead with Hannah Ward, our visitor, in lane 8 from Clovercrest, also going strongly. Those two lead through the first 50 with Yoshi Honda sitting in third. Nice strong legs on Lucy Dolan through this opening 100. I'll be very impressed if she can maintain that strong kick rate through the entirety of this 400. But as we're seeing in these middle distance events, those legs are becoming more and more important, and being able to maintain that 6-speed kick throughout.
If she does maintain it, I think what I really want to see are the kicks that she's doing back at training.
Yes, you can't suddenly dive in and decide I'm going to have a 6-speed kick going for a whole 400. if you haven't done any work on those legs during training. So we're moving into this second 100 here in Heat 6.
Lucy still holding on to that beautiful freestyle kick there. And I really appreciate the fact that she's not overrating on the arm. She's keeping that length of stroke combined with that powerful kick. So it just looks super smooth. It's also kind of looking a little bit like what we saw from Alicia Clark. Maybe a little youngster version that we might see in the future.
Definitely a good example to follow. Again, nice and long. So where probably she needs to work on it, if I'm being particularly picky, is just finishing off that stroke, getting a little bit more length at the back end of her stroke so that she can use maybe 1 or 2 less strokes each 50 and carry that momentum and extra energy she saves.
So 200-metre mark now. Lucy Dolan still in the lead, 220.79. Elsa Wang out in lane 7, sitting in second, 222.79. And Yoshi Honda in third, 222.90. Those middle lanes, though, there's not a lot between them, particularly in a race like a 400. Anything can happen in these next few laps. A lot of ground can be made up very quickly here.
Yeah, so Lucy Dolan does continue to lead, but that battle for second is nice and tight, with really 6 swimmers still in with a chance of finishing in the top 3 positions in this heat. It does look like the near side of the pool has started to move away from the far side of the pool in this third 100. So Lucy Dolan leads ahead of Elsa Wang, who's holding off Yoshi and Jemima.
That kick still going really strong for Lucy as we come into turn at the 300-metre mark. And what I really like to see was that speed up into the wall. She's setting herself up to really smash out this final 100. It's a lot harder if you come in slowly and then have to try and create momentum out of nothing. So that was a really nice transition for her.
So with 75 metres left to swim, we definitely can see the increase in intensity in this last 100 from Lucy Dolan. Now comfortably in second place is Elsa Wang. She's put on a strong start to this last 100 with Jemima Collins trying to go with her. So with 35 metres left to swim, it is all Lucy Dolan, but the interest is in that battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. Is starting to charge hard over the far side to move into second place is Sienna.
Yeah, Sienna finishing off this race really strong. The challenge for Elsa is she's breathing away from the rest of the girls, whereas they've been able to see that she was out in front and chase her down as Lucy finishes off there for 47.69. Sienna Kojima in second for 51.25. And then Yoshi Honda touches in third, 452.59.
Yes, and once again, we had someone flying home there. Sienna 33.08 on that last 50. Storming home. Jumped up from 5th at the 350 to 2nd at the final wall as we move on to our 7th and final heat of our girls 12 to 13 400-metre freestyle.
So Lucy Ma in the center of the pool. So we know she's such a great freestyler. Going out swiftly though next to her, Zara Barr really attacking the front end of this 400-metre freestyle. Good to give some challenges to these girls in the middle. See how fast they can push it along in this morning's heat sessions. Don't forget the top 10 will come back later on this evening and battle it out again in the finals.
I would love to see a Ma versus Barr race tonight.
And there'll be a few other girls really up there based on some of the times we just saw. So what can we pull out here? And we see some more girls hitting that 4:40 mark. Sub there is where Lucy Ma's PB sits, 4:39.07. Question is, what kind of speed do you think she'll be looking for in our heat session now?
I'd like to hope she's trying to go as close to that personal best as possible to really establish that practice of swimming nice and fast in the heats, which you'll need as you grow and mature. So it is Lucy Ma who leads through this first 100, ahead of Zara Barr, with Abby Mesher in third. We've seen Abby in a number of events this week, likes to get out nice and strongly as well. Arabella Johnson is on her inside, and those two are having that battle for the minor spots here in this opening 200 of the girls 12-13 400 freestyle. Strong's off the wall as per usual from Lucy Ma, as she's slowly starting to creep ahead of Zara Barr. So now that distance between our top two is out to a body length. Lucy's using that her long, smooth strokes to her advantage, staying nice and relaxed, where Zara's more of an up-tempo swimmer, keeping that stroke rate nice and high as we move through the 200.
Very similar front-end speed to what we saw from the previous heat. Lucy Ma out in a 2:19.54, Zara 2:21.07. And then Arabella Johnson is sitting in third currently, 2:23.63. But there is not a lot between her, Abby Mesher, and Hope Christian. They are all basically sitting on that same second. So there's still half this race remaining, 200 metres. And we'll try and back up this event as well as we can.
So this is the all-important third 100 of that 400. So we'll see who tries to make a bit of a move here. And it does look like Arabella Johnson has made a concerted effort to try and accelerate in this third 100 as she pulls slightly clear of Abby in third. But Abby is now responding as she breathes towards her and has started to increase that kick rate. Out in front, it is still Lucy Ma, a body length clear of Zara Barr. So we move through that 300-metre turn, and it will be Lucy Ma who turns first ahead of Zara Barr. In that nice tight battle for third, Arabella is slightly ahead of Abby, with Hope Christian not to be discounted over there in lane 3. So Lucy Ma has started to extend her lead over Zara Barr in this final 100, and it's out to almost a 2-body length lead as we approach this final turn. It does look like Arabella Johnson has it under control in third place, but Hope Christian has now started to make that move and has gained almost half a second in our second last 50. So here in our final heat 7 of the girls 12-13 400-metre freestyle, it is Lucy Ma who is looking nice and comfortable out in front. She is going to take this final heat out ahead of Zara Barr with that nice tight battle for third. Again, we're seeing someone storm home. This time it's Hope Christian, and she's going to come in for third, just ahead of Arabella Johnson, with Abby Mesher in 5th.
So as the last of our 12, 13-year-old girls come into the wall, they're about to move on to event 141, the boys 12 to 13 years, 400-metre freestyle. And we have had a reseeding of this event. So our initial program, we've had a few of these boys scratch. We've removed one of our heats, so there will only be 5 heats in event 141.
So underway here in heat 1 of event 141, the boys 12-13 400-metre freestyle. And starting off nice and strongly down in lane 8 from Coden Amateur Swimming Club is William Staggart. He's attacking this from the get-go and is out to a body length lead in this opening 50. And once again, we expect to see the action all over the pool here in these 400 freestyles, especially in these opening 3 heats, with their seed times being very close to each other. So it'll be interesting to see which boys are being more aggressive at the start of their race to give themselves the best chance of posting a nice fast time. And it does look like William has decided to go out right from the start here as he turns through that first 100 in a 1:10.5, with Jaden Lim in second and Jonah in third.
Now, you don't see a lot of athletes competing for the Cobden Amateur Swimming Club at state championships, so it's great to have these smaller country clubs and country towns represented here. And what a great swim William is off to in this 400-metre freestyle heat 1. He's really setting off that pace for everyone else to try and chase, as the rest of the field just hanging back a little bit, trying to swim together. There's a nice little line occurring between lanes 2 to 4 here as they come into turn. William remains our leader at the 150 mark. Elijah Lamont sitting in second, and Johan in lane 2 sitting in third.
I will have to do some extra research to see if William has any teammates here at this meet, but I'm pretty sure he might be the lone member of his club swimming at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships, and he is definitely leading by example as he moves through this 200-metre mark here in Heat 1 in a 2:30.24, with Elijah now moving into second place and Jonah in third. We have done our extra research and my early suspicions were confirmed. So William is representing Coden Amateur Swim Club with pride as our only representative.
Great pies in Cobden.
Yeah, definitely.
Can't go past the Country Bakehouse.
So now the boys on the far side of the pool have moved into the lead, with Elijah and Jonah first and second, with William maintaining third place.
Elijah really upping that pace throughout this lap. He's brought in that kick a little bit more, really picking up his speed and showing a bit of dominance throughout this lap, really pulling away from the other boys. He sat with them for a while, particularly in that first half, and he's coming into turn here for that final 100 metres, and he doesn't want anyone near him.
So he has the fastest 50 there once again, and he continues to extend his lead.
Johan is trying to stick with him. Just stay within an arm's reach.
And obviously both being Yarra Plenty Ways athletes, no doubt they train alongside each other a lot, so they'll be almost getting into that training mode, going, this is the last repeat of a set. I want to be first to the wall.
The battle of the bragging rights generally in these events where you're swimming next to someone from your own club.
So Elijah continues to slowly, ever so slightly, build his lead over his teammate. And he's got this first heat of the boys, 12-13, 400-metre freestyle under control. And he's going to absolutely annihilate his best time.
Hits the wall there. Elijah Lamont, 5:04.01. Johan in 5:07.46. And William Staggart, he was off to an absolute ripper of a start, and he's held on to take third in Heat 1 with a 5:14.07. Another massive personal best. Not surprising whatsoever. These youngsters on fire at our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships on day 4.
As we move along to Heat 2.
Good start in the middle of the pool there. Lane 4, Jaden Kapoor racing quickly, sitting very high in the water there. That smooth swimming going on. And a fairly aggressive kick for this first lap. So once again, we'll look to see if he can maintain it throughout, but he's certainly setting the pace early on.
Flying down that first 50 in a 30.6 with Fraser Blair in second and Bryce Scott in third. Those legs are still going nice and strong into this second 50 as he just sort of settles a little bit into his rhythm here. So we've seen a number of the Ringwood athletes performing very well this week. So Jaden looks to continue that trend here in Heat 2 of the boys 12 to 13 400 freestyle. Turns through the 100 and 107.18. Now moving into second is Thomas ahead of Fraser.
So you can really see that inverted V shape across the screen here by the way that our athletes are placed into our heats. That lane 4 is your fastest seeded time within this group, and then it gets slightly slower as you edge outwards from that middle lane.
So the boys is just starting to come back on Jaden a little bit through that 50. Jaden was a 38.4, whereas both Fraser and Thomas were able to stay under that 38-second mark.
You can really see the difference that's made. They've pulled up right alongside him now. So it's lane 4, 5 and 6. Not much between them at all. As the boys come down now, moving their way through into our halfway point. Just trying to separate themselves from the rest of the field. This has been a really nice lap for Fraser Blair. And that lift is going to make him sit in that first place spot at the 200-metre turn. So 2:24.53 for Fraser. Jaden in second, 2:25.19, and Thomas still sitting in third, 2:25.37.
So those first three athletes are just starting to separate themselves from Matthew Kim in lane 3. But we can see that Matthew's really trying to increase his stroke rate here in this third 100 to go with those boys out in front. Our early lead in Jaden is starting to feel the fatigue of that first 50 as he can't quite go with Fraser and Thomas here in this third 100. Once again, Fraser and Thomas in that 38-second range, whereas Jaden's now dropped down to a 39. So Fraser Blair is looking long and smooth, is kicking nice and strong. Sort of bouncing between that 2-beat and a 4-beat kick.
This has been a really nice 100-metre split for Fraser Blair in lane 5. Now, he swims for MLC, and I took a bit of a quick look down at the coaches from MLC, and they're standing a bit of a step above the rest of the team, up on their chairs to support Fraser through this one. There's a lot of arm waving occurring for this boy swimming out of lane 5.
Definitely standing out on pool deck, the MLC support staff with the coaches as Fraser Blair keeps working nice and strongly here in this final 100 of Heat 2 of the boys 12-13 400 freestyle. So he approaches the 350-metre turn. He's going to lead through in 4:18.61. He's got a 2-second lead over Thomas, who put in a good 50 there and is really starting to use those legs nice and strongly. And it's a tight battle for third between Jaden Kapoor and Matthew Kim in lanes 4 and 3.
Yeah, Fraser really did the work in that third 100, but Thomas is really flying home here. I don't think it's going to be enough. He lost too much through the middle to make up that ground, but it's a really, really solid swim from both of those boys in lanes 5 and 6. As Fraser comes down to touch here, the time 4:53.70. Thomas sits in second, 4:56.99, and a close one for third, but it is Matthew Kim, 5:02.58.
Once again, some big personal bests from a number of our swimmers there in Heat 2 of our boys, 12-13 400-metre freestyle. We move along to Heat 3. So underway here in for Heat 3 of our boys 12-13 400-metre freestyle. And as he's done so often this week, Kepler Schneider's off to a nice aggressive start. Got that nice high stroke rate going, and will lead through the 50-metre mark in a 30.71 with Lucas in second and Austin over in lane 0 in third. So our boys here in Heat 3 have entry times somewhere between that 4:55 for the centre of the pool and just over the 5-minute mark on the outside lanes. So we'll expect to see a number of these athletes in contention throughout this heat. And Kepler Schneiders is going about his business in setting a speedy first 100 and 104.75. Noah moving into second. Lucas in third. So Kepler Schneiders from Geelong Swimming Club is attacking this 400 nice and strongly. Noah, our swimmer from Tiger Sharks, is really keeping those legs going with good strength as he's moved about half a second clear of Lucas Bizzoni in lane 4, who is our visitor from Kent Town in South Australia. So Kepler Schneiders does maintain that nice high tempo that he always has. Got that traditional high elbow recovery. Breathing every 2, really working into that wall, and turns through the 200 in 2:13.95 with Noah in second and Lucas in third. It's a really nice tight battle for that second and third position, when Benjamin Collins over in lane 1 holding down fourth, just ahead of Titus Wu in fifth. So we speak about this often, but this is the third 100. This is where the difference can be made. It is the hardest 100 to maintain that speed. A 35.2 from Kepler Schneiders, with Noah and Lucas in that 36-second range. So Kepler's keeping his tempo nice and high. Those legs are just doing a little bit of work behind him. I'll be interested to see if he can bring those legs in this last 100 as he turns through the 300 into 3:23.93. Again, Lucas is just ahead of Noah in that battle for second and third. with Benjamin and Titus not out of it with Eugene over the far side of the pool. But it is all Kepler Schneider's. He's nice and strong. He's keeping his stroke nice and long as he comes towards his final turn here in Heat 3 of the boys 12-13 400 freestyle. Kepler started off strong. He's maintained his rhythm. He's kept his pace going. That stroke rate has remained unchanged since the opening lap. And he's putting in a fantastic swim. And an entry time of 4:55.40 with 15 metres to go. It's just a matter of how much he beats his personal best by. He's going to be somewhere in that 4:30 low range as he comes underneath the flag and touches the wall in 4:33.51. Smashes his PB. Really strong last 100 from Noah to beat Lucas to the wall in second place. And that tight battle for fourth will go to Benjamin, just ahead of Eugene and Titus. As we now move along to Heat 4.
Interesting starts across the field there. Some of the boys opting to get up really quickly. Others stayed under quite a long time, but going out very well here is Daniel Collins in lane 3. Up and racing next to him, Ethan Werzer in 4. So early lead from those middle boys. As they come into turn, sitting around that 30-second split. Christian Marks over in 0, up in the mix as well early on.
So nice early speed through that first 50. And Ethan has made sure he's continued on with it in this second 50 and has really extended his lead over Daniel, with Benjamin sitting in third. So got out nice and strongly in that first 50, Ethan. And he's continued it here in that second 50 to turn in a 103.3 with Daniel in second and Benjamin in third. So Ethan leads through this second 100 of Heat 4 of the male, 12-13, 400-metre freestyle. He got out nice and fast in that first 50, but he just kept going. And he turns through first in a 34 split. So he's 30.33, then 34. So we'll see how he manages to maintain that speed here as we move into this middle section of this 400.
Well, he would have just seen Kepler's time posted from the heat previously, so he knows the speed that he's looking for. His entry time is about a second over that time that Kepler just swam, so it's going to take a PB if he wants to be going in with a chance of lane 4 into the final tonight. As he turns there at the 200-metre mark, the time 2:12.41. Very close for the next few. In fact, equal onto the wall there between Benjamin Shang and Thomas Poppins. 2:18.89 for those guys. So really, really neck and neck.
And definitely Thomas is starting to fire up here. We know that he loves a race, and he's definitely getting one with Benjamin as they are going stroke for stroke down this third 100. But out in front, it is all our visitor from the Hobart Aquatic Club, Ethan Werzer. He just looks so smooth, so comfortable throughout.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way he's been able to maintain that high elbow recovery position. just setting up that length of stroke at the front and pushing through. Hasn't dropped off on the rating. We'll wait and see what the split is here. He's looking nice. The race is still absolutely on, though, for second in this heat. Thomas Poppins looks to be just slightly ahead of Benjamin Shang, but we'll watch what happens on those turns. Yeah, not much in it whatsoever. So it is Poppins sitting in second, Shang in third, but your leader Ethan Werzer in four. This is a great swim by him.
Fantastic swim by Ethan. He started off nice and fast on that first 50. Daniel went with him in that opening 50, but then he just went bang, I'm still going at this speed, and he's holding that nice strong speed. He has dropped out to those 35-second 50s over the last couple, but he's just slowly extended his lead over the rest of the field, 50 by 50, looking long, smooth and relaxed with 25 metres to swim. He's on for a really strong time here in Heat 4 of the boys 12-13 400 freestyle. That race behind for second is starting to tighten up, so while we will get Ethan through to the wall in first, it is a nice tight battle behind. Ethan comes into touch in a 4:32.18. The battle for second, super tight and into the wall. It will be Benjamin Shang who holds on, with Thomas and Daniel tight for third.
Which brings us now to Heat 5 of the boys 12-13 years 400 metre freestyle. This is our final heat. We will look to see Xavier Tay in lane 4. He's put on some dominant performances across the last few days, particularly in these freestyle events. See what he can do. The times have been set for 32s and 4:33s are what it's going to take to be in centre lanes this evening as they hit the pool.
And surprise, surprise, Xavier uses his strong underwaters to pop up in the lead, as he has done all week. But also going strongly down in lane 9 is Hang Tang Wang. And he's sort of sitting in second place, making sure the boys in the middle of the pool need to work nice and strongly if they want to move into tonight's final.
So 50 metres in, Xavier out in a 29.4. Swift start for a 400 freestyle. Tang follows him through 30.41, and it's Angus Goodison over in 3, sitting in third.
So once again, behind our early leader, it is a line across the field. So we'll see what starts to happen through this middle 200 of these 400 freestyles. But it is Xavier Tay who leads at a 1:02.42. Hang Tang Wang sitting in second, with Angus Goodison in third. So that length of stroke that Xavier is able to maintain is serving him well. With our visitor from Aquatech Swimming, looking nice and comfortable in this second 100 of the boys 12-13 400 metre freestyle heats.
Right now, though, for second, I mean, there's absolutely nothing in it. Barely able to call it by eye judge. Han Tang is still on the board in that second place, but they all went around together. It was like a straight line across the pool. So we'll see if anyone can really start to switch it on as we come through to the 200 metre turn. We really should be starting to see these boys begin that build phase of the race now.
It is all about who's going to be the boldest. We know Xavier's out in front. He turns through in a 2:10. But of these boys that are chasing behind, who can make the strongest move in this third 100 would be all important into qualifying for tonight's final. Hang Tang is continuing his hold of second place. He hasn't given it up since the opening 50. In lane 5, Thomas O'Toole is starting to challenge him. But out in front, it is still Xavier Tay. Moving through the 250-metre mark, nearly 20 metres ahead of his closest competitor. So Thomas O'Toole has finally passed Hung Tang in that lap to move into second place.
Thomas really utilising that high stroke rate. Those arms are just rotating over and over and over. Doesn't look like there's any sign of stopping them or slowing them down. Hung Tang, slightly different approach. He's got that longer stroke. It's a little bit slower, trying to be more efficient in his freestyle. But it has to be personal to the athletes. Whatever they train best doing, that's what they're going to want to replicate here in the race.
So Hung Tang has now responded. He saw Thomas move up alongside him and went, "Nah, I'm not having any of that." And he's re-accelerated. Now Jaden Zheng in lane 8 is trying to make a bit of a move as well. So we do have our leader Xavier Tay well and truly out in front. But lane 8 and 9 want to be second and third to the wall. But Thomas O'Toole in lane 5 is trying to prevent that from happening. But it will be Xavier Tay who's cleared out by almost 25 metres here as he heads down his final lap. Hung Tang does look like he's maintained that hold of second place and is now at a battle for third.
Yeah, I've really just seen Jaden Zheng in lane 8 trying to absolutely smash out this final 50. He's trying to go with Hung Tang, as is Thomas O'Toole. So really nice opportunity for these boys in 8 and 9 to score themselves a final swim in this 400 freestyle tonight. And they look to have done just that. It is Xavier Tay, though, onto the wall first. Didn't see that one coming at all, did we? 4:25.30. Hung Tang finishes in second, 4:36.52. And Jaden Zheng in third, 4:37.23.
As we are now going to move on to event 142, the girls 17-18 200-metre individual medley.
Nice time to start mixing things up a little bit.
This is our second last event of the morning session here on day 4 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We have 3 heats, and in the water is heat 1.
Almost a blanket start across the field here in heat 1. Fastest qualifier in this race is Jasmine Lyles, swimming out of lane 4, the visitor from Phoenix Aquatics. Going out quickly though, Mia Yeo, great 100 flyer, great 200 flyer, so we're expecting her to go out pretty swiftly. The time there, 30.83. Kayla Pratt was second onto the wall, 31.37, with Alinta Dingwall touching in third.
So now we'll see the backstrokers start to move through. And it is Alinta Dingwall who's now moved into the lead, 25 metres into this backstroke leg. Mia's holding on to her position in second, but starting to swim well out in lane 0 is Amelia Kennedy, who is a nice strong backstroker, as she's looking to turn at that 100-metre mark in second place behind Alinta Dingwall. So Alinta turns through in a 109.25. Amelia Kennedy in second, with Jasmine Lyles in third.
But this is the part where Jasmine's really beginning to shine. She's lifting through this breaststroke, and she's absolutely motoring her way up the third 50 here.
So she's slowly making some ground onto Alinta Dingwall. So our 2 visitors are out in front here in heat 1. Our Phoenix Aquatic athlete is starting to catch up to our Emmanuel competitor as we make our way into this final turn, and they turn together, just over 1/10 of a second separating them, with Jasmine Lyles popping up first into this freestyle leg. We'll see how much they're going to fight this out down this final 35 metres of this 200-metre individual medley for our 17, 18-year-old girls. They're both up in their rating. driving towards the wall, and definitely both of them want to get their hands on the wall first here in Heat 1. They're breathing towards each other as they come underneath the flags, getting their heads down, reaching for the wall, and it is going to be Jasmine who just gets the touch in 2:26.63. Alinta in second, and in third place with a strong last 50 is Kate Luina. As we now move along to Heat 2.
Now we are missing a couple of those central lanes here, so big opportunities starting to open up for a few of those slightly more outside ranked competitors for a chance at a final swim later on today.
There's a perfect opportunity to remind all our viewers that the final session will be streaming live on the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel from 5:30, as well as on KO Freebies. So KO Freebies is available in Australia. The YouTube channel is available worldwide. So you can choose which platform you want to tune in and watch us at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. And through the butterfly leg, it was Farida Tahar that leads, and she continues to lead halfway down the backstroke leg. Catherine Boyle has put together a strong backstroke leg to try to move up alongside Sky, who's into second place. With this side of the pool, definitely look like it's contained the stronger backstrokers as we now move into the breaststroke leg.
Farida Tahar's breaststroke looking lovely there. She keeps that rating up nice and high throughout this 50-metre breaststroke leg of the 200 individual medley for 17, 18-year-old girls. We're also seeing a little bit of a move on that far side of the pool in lane 2 from Skylar Hay, another one of those Surrey Park teammates, really challenging in this 200 IM as they come to turn here. Will be Farida who leads us around, sitting in second. It is now Skylar. She's just moved herself in front of Sky, and Katie Boyle not too far behind either.
But here in Heat 2 is all Farida. She started off nice and strongly, looked comfortable throughout, putting in a nice strong effort here as she will take this heat out ahead of her Surrey Park teammate in a time of 2:25.08, with Skylar Hay in second, and a strong last 50 from Catherine Boyle to win that close battle third. We're now going to move on to our third and final heat of event 142, the girls 17-18 200-metre individual medley. So in the centre of the pool, expect Alana Torrance to put in a good performance here. So she's strong across all her strokes. Probably her weakness lies in the backstroke. I was discussing her 400-metre individual medley with her the other day, and she is aware that she needs to work on trying to keep that rate up in her backstroke. So we'll see how she goes here as she leads through the butterfly leg in a 29.33. Ahead of Stella, with Layla Mahfouz in third. Not quite sure if she's quite got that tempo up high enough just yet in this backstroke leg, but she is in the lead, ahead of Stella, and Sione moving into third.
Look, the positive about it is it looks very relaxed, which means she's certainly going to have the legs for this breaststroke component of the IM. The other girls a little bit better, obviously, at that backstroke. Sione Kinzet, renowned for her backstroke. She's had a great competition here. And Stella really good across all the strokes as well. So that whole squad from MLC can really put together a nice individual medley, and that's what we're seeing on Showcase this afternoon.
Yeah, and Alana does love her breaststroke above all else. So it's no surprise here that she's re-extending that lead that she established in the butterfly. She may have given up a little bit of ground in that backstroke leg, but putting together a really strong breaststroke leg as she drives towards that final turn. Leads through at 1:46.97. The battle for second is nice and tight between Stella, Sione and Riley.
Yeah, Riley did a really great job in that breaststroke lap. Closed that gap up. She had one of the fastest breaststroke splits in the pool, but it really is Stella charging down this final 50. She's not going to catch Alana Torrens. This has been a great swim from her. She's got about 10 metres on the other girls here, and she comes down to touch that time there. 2:20.49, looking very, very relaxed. It will be Stella who takes second, 2:27.15, and Sione finishes in third, 2:28.43.
As we now move on to our final event of this morning's program, event 143, the boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. Lachlan Chan in lane 4 pops up in the lead after maximising those dolphin kicks underwater, coming up just before the 15-metre mark, and is looking smooth and controlled through this butterfly leg.
Really quite curious what Lockie can do here this afternoon in this 200 IM. He's had some good swims across the last few days. You know, he's a really great breaststroker, so we'll see he can put that to use. All he has to do right now is stay in control and stay within chasing distance in this backstroke, and he's looking quite easy throughout it at the moment.
I always like to see those strong breaststrokers trying to attack this backstroke to stay in the race, and then they'll be able to almost doubly exploit their breaststroke if they're already in contention before the breaststroke leg starts. And Lachlan is going to turn in the lead with Chenu beside him.
And already he's just starting to pull away from the other boys. Really nice glide phase on his breaststroke from Lockie Chan here. Look at that, from slightly behind after that turn to already almost 2 body lengths in front of the rest of the field here.
I would have thought that Lockie would have thought he's an outside chance to post a time for tonight's final, so he'd have to come home in a really strong freestyle leg. He clearly hasn't done his 200 IM in a while, and based on seed times, somewhere around that 2:13 range is going to be required to make tonight's final, and he's giving himself a chance. He's not going to quite be that fast, but he should be well and truly under the 2:20 mark, and based on his entry time of 2:23.8, he's definitely going to move himself well and truly up the rankings as he comes into touch in a 2:17.18. In second place is going to be Thomas Greenwood, with third Timothy Roach. As we're now moving along to Heat 2. So Daniel Shivatarese in the centre of the pool, getting off to a nice strong start. Also going well down in lane 7 is Joshua Wilkinson. Those two lead through the first 25, and Josh is making sure he maintains this pressure in the butterfly leg all the way through the turn to touch first and 27.25. So that's good speed through the first 50 with Daniel in second and Ashley Nichols into third. So we know that Ashley Nichols is a strong sprinter, but also puts together a really good backstroke leg. So we'll look to see him move through here in this backstroke part of the 200 metre individual medley.
So coming now with just 10 metres left of this backstroke, and it is still Joshua Wilkinson out in front. Ash Nichols has shifted his way up a little bit in the field. He'll probably turn in second there. So Josh Wilkinson, 102.65, just 1/100th of a second in front of Ash Nichols, 102.66 as we hit this breaststroke.
So Ashley did use his good backstroke speed as the fastest backstroker in the field. His breaststroke has definitely improved over the years. It's probably his least preferred stroke, but he's being really positive and aggressive on this breaststroke leg and has actually started to pull away from his competition. So he will lead through the 150 metre turn into freestyle with a nice 37.7. So that's a really good breaststroke split. And he's accelerated into that freestyle where we know he's got lots of speed. Whereas Daniel and Luca are now going to be battling for that second and third place. It does look like Ashley has blown them away in that middle portion of this 200 metre individual medley. And is going to take heat 2 out for our boys, 17.18 in a nice time of 2:10.98. Daniel in second and our visitor Luca in third. As we are now moving along to heat 3.
Underway here with heat 3, and this is definitely going to be an interesting one. I always love watching Joshua Wachowski in lane 4 race the IM. He just kind of pops up out of nowhere. He gradually crawls his way back into the race here. Always starts off looking very relaxed. So it is Rowan Wine who leads us around in the butterfly, 28.01. Dylan Skinner out in lane 8. He was second to touch the wall there, 28.68. And then following him through was Ayotana over in lane 1, another one of our visiting athletes.
So Rowan is using the strong first half of this 200 IM to move abundantly clear of the rest of the field. He's getting that stroke rate up nice and high. Expects the middle of the field to start make a bit of a move in this breaststroke leg, but it is Rowan who leads through in a 102.74. Josh in second and Thomas Sutherland in third. So the middle of the pool is expected to come up alongside Rowan in this breaststroke leg. And right in this first 25, Joshua Witkowski has done exactly that. Thomas Sutherland is joined in. And Oscar Rossetto is never to be discounted.
Yeah, there is quite a blanket spread between those 4 middle lanes at this point. Rowan has a lot of distance background in the freestyle event, so he's not going to let go that easily as we turn into that final lap. Josh Wachowski, great medley swimmer though, can be really powerful when he needs to be, and you've just seen him bring in that strong kick, and we've seen Callum do so many personal bests this weekend. He always attacks these races, so I never know what to expect with him, but I know it's going to be full hard on the line and see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely Callum's taking it up to Josh in this last 15 metres. He's trying to get his hand on the wall first, but Josh does look like he's in control and will take heat 3 out in a 2:13.29. Callum in second and Rowan, our early leader, hanging on for third. As we now move on to our fourth and final heat of event 143, the boys 17-18 200-metre individual medley.
And it also marks our final heat of our heat session today. Another incredible morning of racing, with these athletes all fighting for their spots in tonight's final session. It's a nice start by Felix Drossel-de-Bruyn in lane 4. Going out strongly with him is Ethan Ravensdale in lane 3. So they're our early leaders here in the 200 medley for 17, 18-year-old boys.
So Alex Stone down here in lane 8 is having a bit of a private race. The boys on either side of him have obviously got a little bit scared and decided that the 200 IM wasn't for them. But it is a strong start from Ethan Ravensdale as he leads through that butterfly leg. He always looks very relaxed in his backstroke with his nice long arms, but he's moved into that lead with 15 minutes to go, the backstroke leg. Nicholas Highland over in lane 0 is now starting to try and make his mark on this, as well as Tom Erhardt in lane 2. So through the 100, it is Ethan Ravensdale who leads Tom Erhardt and Nicholas Highland. As we move into this breaststroke leg, here comes Tom Erhardt, and now the centre of the pool with Felix and Nick Stupas starting to make a move. We know that Nick is a very strong breaststroker, and he's really good using his length in his stroke to start to move up and past our early leader in Ethan Ravensdale. Tom Erhardt, though, has decided to really attack this breaststroke leg and has gained a body length on the field through the last turn into our freestyle.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, Tom actually maintained the fastest of the breaststroke splits. We probably thought it could have come from those middle lanes. Those guys battled it out in the 100 and 200 breaststroke across the last few competitions, including medaling at National Age Championships. But Tom, stellar medley breaststroke performance there. Can he hold off a fast approaching Nick Stupas down this last 5 metres? It's actually going to be super close onto the wall. He does. Tom first, 2:15.31. Stoops second, 2:15.46, and Felix takes third from heat 4 in a 2:15.80.
And that wraps up a fantastic day 4 heat session here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We look forward for you to joining us tonight at 5:30, which promises to be a fantastic session full of highlights and close racing. But bye for now.